think it's a very interesting and very subject which is in need of the hour, because nowadays we are not getting travelers in numbers, but every state, every destination, every hotel wants that they should get a safe and responsible tourism and travelers. So today we have a panel with us. We have Shubha Chaturvedi ji, the communication head from Chhattisgarh Tourism. We welcome you on behalf of FICCI, ma'am. Yashwant Kumar ji, the IAS MD Chhattisgarh, has to attend an urgent meeting. So in place of Mr. Yashwant Kumar ji, Shubha will be representing Chhattisgarh Tourism. Then we have our dynamic leader, Mr. Rajiv Mehra, the president of Indian Association of Tour Operators. Good morning, Mr. Rajiv Mehra ji. Welcome. Then we have Mr. Prateek Hira, the chairman of FICCI UP State Tourism Committee and president and CEO of Taurus. And he's also into the travel and tourism industry and very experienced. And welcome you, Prateek ji. Then we have Mr. Rajiv Janpurkar, the chairman India Association of Amusement Park and director of Ramajoy Film City. We welcome you. And then we have Mr. Syed Jumeir Altaf, executive director FIL India Limited. And I think his company will be playing a major role in the future of tourism destinations. Then we have Mr. Jaspreet Singh Bhalla, the founder of Ice Cube Holiday from to give us their views on what will be the destination experience post-pandemic world, how to select a destination, and what all precautions should be there for this, for the traveler when they are choosing. Because at the moment they are not planning to go to big cities or crowded cities. They want to explore new things which are open, close to the nature, with fresh air, mountains, wildlife sanctuary, waterfalls, and I think Chhattisgarh has plenty of these kind of destinations. So we listen, but first we start with Shubha Chaturvedi ji. If you can give us how Chhattisgarh is preparing itself for this post-pandemic tourism. Over to you, Shubha ji. I think Shubha ji has not joined as yet. So I think without wasting time, can we come to Mr. Rajiv Mehra, President of Indian Association of Tour Operators. Sir, how you are planning or your members are planning to cater to the travelers in the future? Over to you, Rajiv Mehra ji.
Thank you, Rajanji. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Well, the post-pandemic world shall format a new normal, and it's time that we gear up for it now. Our Honorable Finance Minister on 29th of June announced 5 lakh free visas and loan guarantee scheme for the travel sector. Well, we see a silver lining of open borders. However, we have requested the government that these visas for tourists should be till 31 March 2023 and not 2022. Secondly, SOPs as laid down by the government to be put in place as a continuum in the diverse facts of tourism by all the stakeholders operating in various segments with regard to destinations in the post-pandemic world. There are different policies by each state which create confusion among tourists, and even the tour operators are not clear. Therefore, policies should be uniform so that tour operators can give the correct information. Also, we need to announce the date for opening e-tourist visas for the tourists who have been vaccinated, which could start with our main source markets. We need lead time of at least 60 to 90 days so that our counterpart, public foreign tourist operators, can plan selling India tourism products. Thirdly, one has to understand that waterland and forest areas are the key pointers of sustainable tourism, and all policy formations must encompass these facts with viability with respect to destination experience in the post-COVID scenario. Though marketing destination experience, we make tourists through the marketing destination experience, we make tourists far more conscious of environment issues, influences their attitudes and concern for sustainability. Post-COVID energies and educate the local communities at the destination to the point that they enforce responsible tourism through the stakeholders. Stringent checks and balance on transport, especially the road and the accommodation sector, to be put in place with respect to emission, aiming at carbon neutrality and resource efficiency, acceptability, applicability by the stakeholders are key, and here educating the partners in progress need to be imminent by the destinations. A sustainable balance between visitor numbers and heritage conversation to be put in place by the state governments and communicated to the stakeholders, especially the guides at the point of action at the monuments, facilitators at the adventure, eco and rural tourism hotspots in the post-COVID era. This is very important that we maintain the balance. Ecotourism destinations should be the focus in the coming post-COVID days. We have to be prepared for the surge in demand in these aspects. In promotion, marketing, in diverse media vehicles, this aspect has to be at the center of policy for destinations and encouraged through sizable incentive and facilitation, not only by the center, but also by the stakeholders have to be interested, so that they too shift gears and adopt what will drive tourism now. One lead green destination to be zeroed on by each state and given wide publicity in the post-pandemic world. Even in the post-COVID world, what is important for tourism and the country is safety, hygiene, to campaign for safe, viable, inexpensive option of masking when needed, washing of hands, use of sanitizers, and embarrassing vaccination as per procedure laid down by the government. Conclusively, I would like to place before the House that post-COVID destinations need to beckon a new level of sustainability. Every competing destination will pitch the aspect of sustainable tourism intermingled with safety and hygiene as a tee-off in the post-COVID area. To be sustainable in the long run, we need to be responsible today. Sustainable and responsible tourism will be the hallmark and must plan out for good of incredible India in months that beckon us. And again, one thing I will emphasize, please let all states have a common policy of allowing everyone who have got both the shots to travel freely without RT-PCR test. Thank you very much, Rajan. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. You are always on the move and interacting with your members. I just want to ask you quickly how your tour operators are motivated, how they are looking forward to this future of tourism, how motivated they are.
Well, a month or 1.5 months back, I started a campaign stating that all our tour operator members should get themselves and the staff vaccinated and give this information to the tour operators abroad that we are ready, our staff is ready in the office, or the representatives who will receive them at the airport are all vaccinated. As you are aware that many of our companies are working just with skeleton staff or twice at 2 times in a week or something like this. They are all ready with this. That is why I've said that 60 to 90 days time need to be given to everyone to get ready before the tourist visas are allowed. Those who are doing domestic are there to set up. They have got some staff with them and they are working on it. And our main aim at the moment is that the frontline workers in all our companies should be vaccinated. And this message has to go to the foreign tour operators and to the local clients in India, also those who are doing domestic.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mehra, for your suggestions and comments. And now I think we are joined by Shubhda Chaturvedi ji from Chhattisgarh Tourism. We welcome you on behalf of Vicky and the entire panelists, and I have taken a delegation of tourism stakeholders few years back to Raipur, and we visited the new Raipur also and saw the beautiful resorts, the beautiful infrastructure. And I think Chhattisgarh is full of wildlife sanctuaries, waterfalls, which is the future of tourism destinations. So over to you, Shubhdaji. Give us your plans of Chhattisgarh for the future tourism. Over to you. Thank you. Ma'am, you have to unmute, I think. We can't hear you. Just tell someone to
Rajan, I think there's some technical glitch at their end.
yeah. Now you can hear. You can. Hello. No, I think there is a technical. Chetan, I request you if you can just tell them to.
Sure. Yes, sir. I have informed her, so I'll get back to you on that again. Sir.
Okay. So, Shubhdaji, in the meantime, we go through Mr. Prateek Hira, who is the chairman of FICCI Tourism Committee, UP State. And Prateek ji, I believe you are one of the largest state of India, and with the city of Agra, Varanasi, people, everybody, whether it's a domestic traveler or an international traveler, they always come to Agra to visit Taj Mahal. But now you have to focus on different destinations. So you must have done some planning. So can you share your views and your experience for the future tourism also? Over to you, Prateek.
Thank you, Rajan. Yes, we are one of the largest states and the most populous state of India. And in terms of tourism also, we have a huge foreign tourist footfall because of Agra and Varanasi, two major destinations, and a lot of work going on in, especially in the sphere of tourism, Varanasi being our Prime Minister's constituency, and then Ayodhya coming up as India's newest destination. But anyway, so first let me wish the panelists a very good morning, and this being the first session of this day, a lot of responsibility is on us to set the mood. So what I am seeing, continuing with Mr. Rajiv Mehra's point, that is, are we as industry ready? I think yes, we are, because then it's always a perplexing question that are we ready for tourism? We are. So there are two parts of it. One is, of course, vaccinations and all those things and getting tourists, which will take a bit of time. And what I have been sort of telling my colleagues and my people is that we need to think like a startup when we start, so it will be that first day of our business when we have very little to bank on, and maybe that first tourist that we handled in our lives maybe 20, 30 years ago or 50 years ago. So if we think that way, we'll be at ease. So this has been, I think, a business sabbatical, I would call it. I am an optimistic person per se, so I see things very optimistically. So yes, we are tourism ready. The industry has evolved a lot in these 1.5 years that have gone by. After the online travel agents stepped in and there was airline zero commission system, I think this is the next big evolution that has happened, or let me call it a revolution that is about to happen in travel. Now, operators may say that they can't plan or they have no plans for future, but I tell you, all of us have. I mean, it is wrong to say that we don't have any plans. We are reinventing our businesses to multiply revenue heads. We are doing restaffing. We are taking measures to curtail the flabby expenditures. So, and expect new programs, the kind of learning that has gone in the past 1.5 years, the kind of campaign that the government of India did, like with Dekho Apna Desh, it has sort of given a huge knowledge kind of components to all the operators, including the foreign operators. So expect a much, much more informed market than we ever were. So we'll be venturing into new destinations, unheard destinations. These will not be restricted to only places that were being heard or which were being talked about till now. Then another thing that I see is the social travel, which is like travel for all classes. So people have been kind of been in their houses, they've done a lot of research, and somehow travel is in our DNA. You call it Teerth, or you call it Hajj, or whatever. These are all parts of travel, and it is obviously going to surge in the coming years. And of course, there's a focus, or call it forced focus, on domestic markets. And we as operators or deluxe hotels never worried about this. Were not sort of paying attention to the great Indian middle class, which was a huge spinner, and now forcefully call it or whatever, we have now started paying attention to those people also. So all classes of people, because we are trying to put our eggs in many baskets to ramp up revenue and sort of come out of this lull faster. And we don't know what will work first. It might be domestic, it might be business, it might be. So I think the ecosystem will change for all the operators may not just be inbound operators per se, but they may be primarily inbound operators because they have been into that kind of a business, or primarily a domestic operator. It will be much larger canvas. Then another thing is that, in my opinion, India is too large a country, and most of our states are as large or larger than many countries elsewhere. So now it's time to kind of rethink on the definition of DMC, which is Destination Management Company, which operates on a concept of do all, do everything and everywhere. So we might see smaller regional players popping up, and with the internet penetration and the electronic kind of penetration, it's all possible. Like there can be an agent sitting in Raipur, for example, and doing a huge international business in a small way, being a micro DMC for Chhattisgarh or for his own region, or bigger states like ours, Uttar Pradesh, which is bigger than many countries. So we can have many such examples to expect. Then I always, personally advocated that the small is beautiful, and by virtue of present situation, we will have to adopt to this kind of a business which will have niche tourism and subject-based tourism or knowledge-based tourism, whatever you may call it, which might be an important domain and help operators to keep afloat, because then these will be the operators who will be in high demand. The kind of surge that we have seen, we have also experienced that it's not coming to tour operators. It's going to hotels, maybe benefiting, or other people are benefiting through online channels or their own website booking or whatever. So operators are not coming into picture as yet. So it will be there that, this will be an area which will be niche or knowledge-based tourism, which will be hard to replicate for many online players in this sector. And then, of course, another area might be the slow and immersive travel, because we'll have more holidays in hand. And then the concept of holidays being seen as motivators, summer holidays or Christmas holidays, will be lesser, so because you are in a hybrid model where you can work from home or work from your hotel or whatever, and similarly children can study both ways. So that this model might stay for some time now. Now, Also, having said that, we are tourism ready, everything, but there are certain areas of concern also that I am seeing. One of the major concerns which is at hand is about the negative perception of India in foreign countries regarding health infrastructure, which has to be immediately set right by the government at the center, and all the states, and even us as tour operators have to share this kind of a responsibility to spread out a positive message, because this is very important. And perception, mind you, is a very bad thing, a negative perception going around, and we can lose on our traditional markets or whatever. Another area of concern is, like everybody is talking about, places of natural environment. Chhattisgarh, for example, we have a lady from Chhattisgarh as well who will be speaking after me probably. So it's a fragile area. We need to understand the kind of surge that we saw in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand may be reassuring for us as industry that travel is not gone out, or it is existing and it will come back, and that kind of thing. But then if you see on the other side of it, the sudden surge is impacting the overall fragile environment. So we as players, I think we need to be more balanced, self-regulated, rather than just blindly selling and buying holidays to these fragile places. Another area that I have been attending so many webinars by Vicky and so many other organizations as well, all through, because webinars are the only thing to attend at. I mean, I'm sitting in my office, that's the positive sign of it, without business, but I'm doing this webinar, or, coming to the office regularly, getting my staff to keep their mental balances in place. But the most abused word, the word that we had in the past, was experiences. So everybody, when they thought that it's immersive travel, experience, every operator started using this word experiences. We provide experiences, and without understanding what it is. Similar condition, my area of concern is about the word sustainability. So I really hope we understand this word rightly, in the right perspective, and do not start misusing this beautiful word sustainability the way we have been misusing experiences. Of course, there are many changes that we are readying for, and many concerns with coming up with this kind of revolution, which is totally inevitable, and change, as they say, is the only constant. So, Benjamin Franklin once said that when you are finished changing, you are finished. So we need to adapt to this change, and we have to reinvent and probably be positive. And I think we'll be out of this sabbatical soon. So that's it from me for now. Over to you, Raja.
Thank you very much for giving us a detailed information. I think you have said rightly, the media have to play a very important role. After this unlock 2, they have shown traffic jams, landslides, but they have not shown that there is a disciplined tourism going on in Jammu and Kashmir and other states also. They have not shown that Jammu and Kashmir is totally full of tourists, and there is no overcrowding, there is no terrorism going on. And they have only shown 600 cars in a traffic jam or landslides, and I think which is not a good picture. They should tell that 42 flights landed in Srinagar today, all with full of domestic tourism. If this message will go to the travel and tourism world, people will travel. And secondly, which we learned in this pandemic, I think I learned that one has to be multi-skilled, and you have to do lots of collaborations. You have to work with other associates. It's not a single game anymore. You have to collaborate. You have to be multi-skill also. So now I think Shubhda ji is there from Chhattisgarh. So we welcome you. And, yeah, thank you. So, and I was telling that when I took a team of travel stakeholders to 3 years back to Chhattisgarh, and we visited the new Raipur, and we visited the Chief Minister office, and he was full of, to promote Chhattisgarh as a tourism state, because this is for the future. You have waterfalls, you have wildlife, you have greenery, tribes, everything is there. So please, we welcome you to share your views and your future plans for the tourism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Firstly, I'm really sorry for all the hiccups. I mean, since yesterday, my MD was supposed to come, but he could not make it to this conclave. Since now I am representing Chhattisgarh tourism here on this platform. It's a matter of great pleasure for me to share this platform with the known personalities from tourism, hospitality, and allied sectors as the panelists for today's session. Mr. Mehra, Mr. Prateek Hira, just listened to you. It was great listening to you. And Mr. Rajiv ji, Mr. Junaid, Jaspreet, it's great to be here with you all and to be on this platform once again. Jaspreet is one of the most experienced travel operator from Chhattisgarh. He'll tell you more about Chhattisgarh as such. The ongoing global COVID-19 pandemic is negatively impacting many sectors contributing to the country and state's GDP. Of these, the tourism industry is experiencing the harsh flow of embargoes on international travel, lockdowns, and a changed mindset of people regarding traveling. Travel patterns are changing, lockdowns, and the mindset of people has changed regarding traveling. Travel patterns, like people are mixing their purpose of travel with their interests and motives. Although it is an age-old phenomenon, but now it is imperative that they should mix work with entertainment. As one of the hardest sectors in the economy, the tourism industry should currently focus on surviving the pandemic, as it might take a few years to normalize like the pre-pandemic times. But I would say that Chhattisgarh, being most of its part is unexplored, is fairly at an advantageous position. Tourist destinations in Chhattisgarh are nestled in forests. They have optimum carrying capacity as compared to other established locations. Overcrowding of tourists is thus avoided at many such destinations, making them a safer option for today's tourists. Tourism in Chhattisgarh is mostly experiential. We are promoting Chhattisgarh as a monsoon destination, okay, and then be it nature tourism, be it spiritual tourism, Chhattisgarh is full of experiences. It is well connected by air, rail, and road to its neighboring states of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Jharkhand, and Uttar Pradesh. It is also connected to the major cities of New Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore via air. With the inauguration of airports in Jagdalpur and Bilaspur, air connectivity of the state will be strengthened further. Chhattisgarh has well-developed highways and supplementary roads that can be further developed to cater to all tourist destinations in the state. The pandemic has given rise to the new normal way of life of everyone, including tourists. Owing to varying trains of caseloads and safety measures undertaken across areas, tourists are preferring to travel within their own states or to locations that are closer to their homes. We are promoting domestic and regional tourism to a large extent. Tourists are inclined to use their personal vehicles instead of public transport to travel. We can now focus on developing new destinations within states to attract tourists looking for short trips and weekend getaways. The pandemic has also given opportunities for development of sustainable tourism in states. We now have the opportunity to develop the ideology of responsible tourism across the state in Chhattisgarh. We are seeing the positive impact of tourism in Bastar owing to its active involvement of the local communities in its development. Moving forward, active community participation in tourism activities should be the focus of this sector's development. Our focus is also on the development of rural and wellness tourism. Chhattisgarh is actively working on interventions in terms of improving community participation in tourism sector. Various SHGs, self-help groups, and local communities are now involved in touristic activities, going to strong efforts for capacity building in this direction. The formation of Hasdeo Bango Adventure and Sports Society at Satringa, which is located in Hasdeo Bango 10, is aiming at improving gainful employment opportunities through tourism for the district communities. We have been successful in receiving a sanction of funds through CSR mode for the development of the Hasdeo Bango Reservoir for cruise tourism. We now aim to develop other tourist destinations on a similar model, with emphasis on capacity building of local communities and generation of sustainable livelihood for them through tourism. Even before the start of the pandemic, Chhattisgarh has been making reforms to its tourism models by adopting and propagating sustainable and responsible tourism through policy interventions and development models. We are in the process of making the ecotourism and agrotourism guidelines on the lines of Satat Chhattisgarh, that is Sustainable Chhattisgarh. These guidelines would encourage the state citizens, especially its ethnic communities, to welcome tourists and showcase their original and unique way of life by imparting experiences in handicrafts, handlooms, and farming techniques, to name a few. Very soon, we will be coming up with the development of homestay guidelines in Chhattisgarh in its rural, tribal, and urban areas, and also the water tourism guidelines. Chhattisgarh Tourism is also collaborating with organizations like Top Tigers and Responsible Tourism Society of India to evolve the new normal segments of ecotourism and agrotourism in a holistic manner. I would like to emphasize on the point that states can cooperate within themselves via MOUs. I'm talking about the bordering states of Chhattisgarh to facilitate safe travel for their citizens. A common platform can be developed for SOPs and guidelines regarding facilitation of seamless travel between states to ensure that the public health norms are adhered to. With this note, I would like to thank FICCI for organizing this e-conclave and wish that it would be beneficial for the entire tourism community for the country. FICCI has always been instrumental in providing a wider platform for the discussion of the most crucial matters pertaining to tourism industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You have given lots of inputs, and I think when there are crises or there is a recession, generally people go in depression, but Indians rush to their gods, you know. So you have a very good pilgrimage places also, which you can promote, because Indians are now looking to go to their gods to take blessings for the future, yes. Better future.
Very true. So we are promoting Ram Van Gaman Path over here. So I mean, yes. There would be a kind of a spiritual connect also, and it is going to be a good experience for the tourists as such.
Yeah, that's great. And you are right that FICCI is always taking the initiative to come forward. And on the 12th of 13th of April this year, FICCI with Ministry of Tourism and Jammu and Kashmir Tourism, we did a 2 days event in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar, and where we explore all the things, like the cuisine, the handicrafts, the fashion designing, the tulip gardens, the golf tourism. We have a golf tournament over there. We took some people from the production houses of Bollywood, So it's a very good 2 days conclave, physical conclave in Kashmir, and that was a great initiative with the support of Ministry of Tourism and Jammu and Kashmir. So thank you very much for your inputs. We have lots of more panelists, very interesting panel. And now we come to a man, whose destination is famous not in India, but with foreign production houses also. I think we invite now Mr. Rajiv Yalnapurkar, the chairman, Indian Association of Amusement Park and Industry, and also the director of Ramaji Film City. Sir, your destination will be in big demand in the coming future. Absolutely. Because it's open, close to the nature, and you have lots of things you can offer for this kind of travel people are looking for. So over to you, Rajiv ji.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Rajan. I first want to thank you for giving the Amusement Association opportunity to share our views. As you rightly said, that there are opportunities and there is a need. Let me brief our colleagues first that what we are. we as a amusement park and industry is a kind of a organization which is comprising of amusement park, theme parks, water parks, snow parks, adventure parks, aquariums, bird park. So there are about 350 members across the country. And we do also have indoor amusement centers where together about 80,000 people are directly employed. And we cater about 3 crore, that is 30 million footfall across the country, contributing about 35 to 40% of the leisure revenues of the Indian tourism. Friends, let me tell you that we work on two areas. One is a local tourism, and second, we work on domestic tourism. It has been always said that amusement park, water parks, are they safe? We did a complete study about the standard operating procedures between the scientists and doctors. Let me assure you that right from ticketing to experiences to the rides to the water park, every place we are taking almost care. We have designed a SOP by the association, and our experience after the second pandemic, or rather after the first pandemic, we were allowed to open the gates. And in that 45 days, we got about 45 to 60% of the occupancy across the country for the theme parks, amusement park, and indoor amusement centers. Today, the situation is something that 11 states are permitted to open the parks. And after the struggle, as I told you that, all 150 parks and about 750 amusement centers, indoor amusement centers, work continuously with a large investments, infrastructure, and also the employment. So having said that, we tried to encourage the staff to come periodically to maintain the place. We learn how to cater to the people, and now right from check-in to the queuing to all experience has been tried and tested to make sure that guests will have a best day of their life. I want to tell the friends that the theme park and amusement park always helps for the domestic tourism to have a stay more in that destination, because generally all these parks occupy the guest between 4 hours to 7 hours, and that gives an opportunity for a family to come out. I always feel for the localites, it is a social structure where the family can come and have unwind themselves. A lot of parks are about 90% outdoor. So safety, the distances, all parks are in the size between 25 acres to 100 acres. So the distancing is not an issue. The guests who are there for more than 1.5 years in the house, they want to come out. They are all concerned about the issues of safety, and we are promising that every guest who comes will be safe, and they will have equivalent or better opportunities to have a kind of experience there. Just for the example, the Europe is open, the US is open, the Disney is open, the Universal Studios is open, and they are getting about 65% to 70% of the occupancy, which was done pre-pandemic time. So for me, I feel as part of amusement industry, we will take an opportunity to welcome each and every guest, be a local or domestic, and we will assure right from transportation to the ticketing, food and beverage, merchandising, entertainment, rides, shows and attractions. We will take not a single kind of a opportunity that guests will repent for it. I wanted to assure you that it could be a snow park or it could be a water park. All are being sanitized scientifically. All the equipments and the handles which has been touched by the guests are being continuously cleaned. We have created a kind of a large kind of a study as far as the water parks are concerned. You all aware that water park requires a lot of chlorination and sanitization otherwise also. So we are continuing to do that. And for the travel business, I feel that it is an opportunity for the travel partners to come along and promote amusement parks, water parks, theme parks, aquariums, visitors parks, also the adventure parks which has been made in the country. We are also trying to support a MICE industry. So there is a possibility that a lot of corporates are coming forward for a smaller group and they organize a conferences outside. I have experiencing on a water park side in the evening, there are some small MICE conferences are happening. I have seen a lot of mid-sized weddings are happening in the theme parks. I wanted to assure you, right from parking, ticketing, also the washrooms and all the ecosystem has been planned for each and every theme park, which can be more than comfortable for any guest to have any kind of opportunities, be it MICE, these weddings or anything of that. So I will like to share my request to all the friends, please come forward and consider this is an opportunity for the industry to promote tourism through the amusement park, water park, theme parks, and other things. As Mr. Rajan said, OTT platforms are going all around. So a lot of our parks are taking an opportunity to also have a film shootings there. Once again, for all travel partners, right from transportation to booking to food and beverage to accommodation, there is an opportunity to tie up with the parks to promote. And it is not only promotion, but eventually it will help us tourism to revive. We will be all happy to help you out across the country. And thank you, Fiki, for giving me opportunity to share our thoughts. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajan.
Thank you very much. And it's an eye opener, the figures which you gave for your amusement park. I think it's amazing. And the Bollywood production houses which are not able to go outside India to shoot, it's the right time to tap them, And
Absolutely.
The families, especially the children who are at their home from last 1.5 years, this is the right place to visit to get some kind of a motivation and cheer. So we are running a little bit short of a time, so we won't take the questions from the audience. But now I'll come to a very interesting person, Mr. Altaf Saab, because you are doing a great job before the pandemic. I don't know, how do you know that this thing will happen? Because the cable car which you make, the ropeway in Patnitop, in Uttarakhand, you are doing some projects. This will avoid traffic jams, and you are the one who are planning this kind of things, which is the need of the future. And people can see the nature from top of your cable cars and so on. So over to you, Altafji, with your ideas, with your projects, and for this future destinations and needs of the traveler. Over to you, Altafji.
Thank you, Mr. Rajan. I'd firstly like to thank Fiki for giving me this opportunity to speak on this panel. I'd also like to second all the views presented by all the eminent panelists before me, industry leaders with decades long experience in tourism, hospitality, and leisure. I see the current situation as a conflux of change and revival. Change, as we've heard before, is inevitable, and revival is in our DNA. As Indians, we are optimistic. The tourism industry is resilient. So I see this period of the last 18 months as one of thought-provoking change management and even looking forward to revival. I believe we are going through going and seeing through major travel trends that will define the next 1 to 2 decades. The 3 to 4 trends that I believe will permanently etch themselves in the way we travel are in terms of regional travel, nature experiences, slow travel and remote destinations, as well as business tourism through vacations. Regional travel specifically because we all want to assure ourselves of stepping out first to the places closest to our home, our businesses, or where we are based. This is where destinations like ourselves in Patnitop, which are newer destinations, offer a holistic end-to-end experience for the traveler, whether it is through green mobility, nature's experiences, intertwining food and beverage experience with family vacations, or just nature trails. I believe one of the hallmarks of the new change world order will be more and more regional travel, which is driven by car travel as well as mobility, which offers assurance. I think the word assurance is married to travel for the next decade. We will travel, we will visit, but the word assurance is a long-lasting partner. Nature's experiences, adventure experiences, I think with the various news that we are getting globally in terms of the first wave first, the second wave. Nature's experience is also something that is assuring in stepping out simply by virtue of the depth and the distance that it brings with itself. Many a times we are constrained in terms of our time and busy lives to travel for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, even in a family vacation. I believe we now have the time to travel more at leisure and nature beckons. I also believe this is a natural change that the pandemic has offered to all of us, to look back at what we have, especially in India around us, and enjoy all the experiences therein. Remote destinations, I believe, will flourish. We are becoming more conscious. We are researching more. We are reading more. We are spending more time in webinars, certainly, but we are educating ourselves more and more about what is around us, what these destinations offer. There is a certain thrill to exploring the unexplored. And I think, that thrill of going to a new place, whether, case in point, whether it is stepping on a new gondola, which soars 70 meters above the ground and takes you over the forest. I think small thrills, whether it is a thrill of a nature's trail, whether it is a thrill of a temple, small temple up in the mountains, but that visit to that temple. So I think remote destinations also offer the opportunity to imbibe sustainable and responsible tourism with them. We will work with the local communities. We will intertwine our actions with the local communities, and we will progress with the local communities. Vacation, whether we call it business tourism, vacation, leisure tourism, married to business, I think this is here to stay. More and more businesses are changing the way they are seeing their long-term business strategy and assets. More and more businesses are looking at mental health as a key aspect of their employees. And I believe it could very well turn out to be a long-term strategy of businesses to have vacations as standard business models that are encouraged as part of the strategy. I do believe this is an unprecedented time for us in the tourism industry to be authentic. This is the time to really, step the metal on the pedal. This is the time to be creative. This is the time to stand out. This is the time to be personal. Be personal, because when we are personal with our own safety, we are personal with the safety of our guests, our fellow travelers, those that will visit our assets, our destinations, and therein. We have to tailor our message. There is no longer one size fits all. There is no longer one market fits all. It is an open market. We are expanding the market. We have to tailor the message. We have to engage the community. We have to use the power of storytelling, photography, and videography. In India, which is one of the most penetrated and well-used smartphone networks in the world, we have the power to use technology to our advantage. We have the power to use virtual experiences to our advantage. We have to take a destination to the traveler rather than bringing the traveler to the destination. I think this is an exciting time. We have a lot to do. Let's hope things pan out better as we all move ahead. Thank you once again for giving me the time to speak. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you very much. And I think the places which you have started the project from Patnitop, it's amazing destination. If we create the awareness and marketing, people will go when they are going to Mata Vaishno Devi, they can just go to Patnitop, I think, which is one of the best natural destination in the world, I can say. Patnitop, Banihal, Kud, all these places are amazing. Instead of going to big cities like Srinagar, people can go, and there are a lot of beautiful accommodation over there. So now we'll come to a very interesting panelist, Mr. Jaspreet Bhatia ji. I think you worked with the government also, and now you are in the travel business on your own. And your company name is amazing, Ice Cubes. It gives you a feeling of cold winter also, and it gives you a message that it's a relaxing evening time also for the traveler. So please, what are your plans for the Chhattisgarh? As we are running a little bit of time, we ask you to give us what plans you have for future travel. Over to you.
Thank you, Rajat ji. Yes, I believe we are running short on time. So, I second, as Junaid ji also said all the thoughts of the eminent speakers. So I would right away jump on to Chhattisgarh instead of talking in general about the scenario. And, as everybody has been talking of responsible tourism, sustainable tourism and everything, and the kind of requirement people have in post-pandemic travel, Chhattisgarh, I would say, is a destination which is tailor-made for such travels. And, this is the place where you can connect with yourself, where you can connect with nature. And, when you come down to Chhattisgarh, you won't find crowds here. There are destinations which are at distance from each other. And the only thing which is required is awareness. And I'm thankful to FICCI and Government of India that they are doing this program so that we can create awareness. Just to let you know, Chhattisgarh has 44% of the state under forest, which is a huge number. It is one of the most green states in India. And 34% of the population of Chhattisgarh is locals, they're aboriginals. We have temples which are dating back to 2nd century BC, 3rd century BC onwards. So this is a place which is, tailor-made for experiential travel, for people who want to connect with nature. And as Shubda also said, we recently in the last 6 months had 2 new operational airports, which is a big boost. Other than Raipur, it is Bilaspur, it is Jagdalpur, which is operational. And Raipur is just 90 minutes every day, just 90 minutes from any metro. You name it, Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Jaipur, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, everywhere, Raipur is just 90 minutes. So this is a place which is tailor-made. As I've been saying, you land at Raipur and you drive down to your destination. The roads are amazing. As road trips are, being favored during pandemic time so that you don't have to travel in public transport. So you land at Raipur and you drive down to your destination. These places have amazing properties. We have Mayfair, we have Sayaji, we have Hyatt, we have Courtyard Marriott. So you yourself said you were in Raipur some time back. Probably I missed meeting you at that time. So, we have got a very good touristic infrastructure. The tourism board has amazing properties. Most of the properties are resort style. So, the cottages are far apart. The restaurants are not air-conditioned buildings. They are open buildings where you have fresh air. Social distancing is natural. Wildlife sanctuaries is a product where you go, you're in an open gypsy. So there is again no problem. We have amazing treks. We have amazing bird watching routes. We have amazing checklist of birds where you can just enjoy in the forest, in the caves, in the waterfalls. And the best part is it is not crowded. The unfortunate scenes that we have been seeing of Shimla or Manali or things like that, there is nothing like that which is here. But at the same time, as Mr. Prateek said very well, that we have to be careful about the negative impact that the tourism might have. And because Chhattisgarh is a very, very ecologically fragile destination. And one of the main it's a tourism product, is the people, is the culture. So we have the responsibility of, taking a responsible approach, educating the tourists, the visitors, and enhancing their experience by letting them know of the do's and don'ts. So this is a place which is perfect for post-pandemic travel. We have been trying to promote it, and we are thankful to associations like IATO, FICCI. I'm an IATO member myself, where we get a platform to share the products. And the most important thing which is required today, I believe, is awareness. We need to create awareness. I think India is a country of continental proportions. We have so much to offer. And it is high time that, along with the so-called inbound, we should focus on domestic. We have so much of potential in our domestic tourists. Rajiv sir is here, who's from the amusement park industry. He would know it better that I think Universal Studios has major revenue coming in from the domestic clients rather than from the inbound clients. So this is the time where we unleash the potential of domestic tourists in India. Yes, we should focus on inbound, but we have such a big domestic market. So I would say this is a blessing in disguise for us, for a destination, for a small destination like Chhattisgarh. Incidentally, Chhattisgarh is supposed to be a small state, but it is the 9th largest state in India and among the topmost in terms of forest and mineral resources. So this is a time कि हम वो बोलते हैं ना, अपने घर के बच्चों को तो देखो पहले. We have things around us instead of going abroad and looking around. So we should focus on our destinations. We should upgrade our armory of destinations. So that's it, sir. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, the way you are talking with full of energy, I think once people listen to you, they don't need any vaccination for COVID, you know, because you are
Thank you so much, sir.
full of energy. And I think this shows that tourism is in full blossom and you are ready to welcome travelers. And I think
Absolutely.
out of this panel discussion, we have to explore the unexplored destinations, which is the need of the future. And only thing we are concerned that our COVID report should be negative, but media should be positive. You know, I think media is also going negative because of this reports and so on. You know, they have to be very, very positive. You know, I will just give you a brief example, running short of time. There is a Swiss tour operator, a lady who is in India now and wants to explore new destination for his future travelers from Switzerland. She said there are already people who want to play golf in India. There are people who want to see the heritage, the wellness, the spa, the yoga. And she is now traveling to places like Srinagar, Andhra, Odisha, and all these places. You know, when I was sitting with her last week, it was so motivating listening to her that people outside India are also willing to come to India once the things will be open. So once again, on behalf of FICCI, I would like to thank all my panelists from Shubhda ji, Rajiv Mehra ji, Prateek Hira ji, Rajiv Jalnapurkar ji, Said Jumeed, Altaf ji. You have given us beautiful suggestions and your experience and full of energy, Mr. Jaspreet Bhatia ji. I think we have taken lots of suggestions, and on behalf of FICCI and Ministry of Tourism, who is always in support of FICCI for all these kind of platforms, once again, thank you and wish you a good day and a good travel and tourism future also. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you for
Thank you, Mr.
moderating.
Saigal.
Thank you, Rajan ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you, Rajan ji.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, everybody.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Be safe. Take care.
तू तारा रा दरा रा 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 रा। अनजानी सी राहें खोले अपनी बाहें, कुदरत के मीठे राज चल इनको गले लगाएं। सागर के किनारे सुकून के लम्हे प्यारे, मंजिल की परवाह छोड़ रास्ते रहबर तुम्हारे। सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर, खुशियों के पल है चुराना। सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर, अभी तो दूर हमको जाना। सफर।
Come explore Odisha by road.
From the ancient times of Sangam literature, Tamils have been keenly aware of the ecosystem around them, which they distinctly divided into 5 different terrains: Kurinji or mountains, Mulai or forests, Marudam or plains, Nathal or seashores, and Palai or drylands. Today, Tamil Nadu is indeed a fine example of development in partnership with Mother Nature. Forests and settlements, resonating with symphonies of sights and sounds, orchestrated by Mother Nature herself. Sensitization of the masses to environmental preservation has been a top priority, and the resulting benefits are there for everyone to see. Boat houses in serene settings in Tamil Nadu are a major tourist attraction. An abundance of flora and fauna ensures conservation of not just the lakes, but also their surroundings. The Pichavaram mangrove forest, one of the largest of its kind in the world, is one of the finest examples of exquisite scenic beauty, sheltering animals and birds in a natural habitat. The intricate root system of mangroves makes these forests attractive to fish and other organisms seeking food. The Agastya Malai Biosphere Reserve and the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere are fine examples of the commitment of the state towards our ecosystem. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, waterfalls in Tamil Nadu are on the priority list of tourists. Rejuvenating for visitors and having a major impact on the ecosystem, as well as ensuring economic prosperity of the local population. A popular local saying aptly encapsulates this novel sentiment. Leave only your footprints behind, not the litter.
Tu 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 ta ra ra da ra 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 अनजानी सी राहें खोले अपनी बाहें कुदरत के मीठे राज चल इनको गले लगाएं सागर के किनारे सुकून के लम्हे प्यारे मंजिल की परवाह छोड़ रास्ते रहबर तुम्हारे सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर खुशियों के पल है चुराना सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर अभी तो दूर हमको जाना सफर
Come explore Odisha by road.
From the ancient times of Sangam literature, Tamils have been keenly aware of the ecosystem around them, which they distinctly divided into 5 different terrains. Kurinji or mountains, Mulai or forests, Marudam or plains, Nathal or seashores, and Palai or drylands. Today, Tamil Nadu is indeed a fine example of development in partnership with Mother Nature. Forests and settlements, resonating with symphonies of sights and sounds, orchestrated by Mother Nature herself. Sensitization of the masses to environmental preservation has been a top priority, and the resulting benefits are there for everyone to see. Boat houses in serene settings in Tamil Nadu are a major tourist attraction. An abundance of flora and fauna ensures conservation of not just the lakes, but also their surroundings. The Pichavara mangrove forest, one of the largest of its kind in the world, is one of the finest examples of exquisite scenic beauty, sheltering animals and birds in a natural habitat. The intricate root system of mangroves makes these forests attractive to fish and other organisms seeking food. The Agastya Malay Biosphere Reserve and the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere are fine examples of the commitment of the state towards our ecosystem. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, waterfalls in Tamil Nadu are on the priority list of tourists. Rejuvenating for visitors and having a major impact on the ecosystem as well as ensuring economic prosperity of the local population. popular local saying aptly encapsulates this novel sentiment. Leave only your footprints behind, not the litter.
We are live now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session on the second FICCI's Conclave around Vision 2030 for travel, tourism, and hospitality. In this panel discussion, we're going to talk about with all our industry stalwarts and esteemed panelists in terms of how they are perceiving technology as a key enabler in their industry and in their sphere of influence on redefining the global tourism ecosystem and re-engaging with their stakeholders in a post-pandemic world. As you're all aware of that now, there's a lot of focus on leveraging technology in all the subsectors within travel, tourism, hospitality, and aviation in terms of creating a more human-centric and technology-enabled user design and process for the entire workflow, from trip planning to trip engagement, consumption, and post-trip, whether it's leisure travel, whether it's corporate travel, in all the spheres of influence in our industry. That's being a game changer, which we're talking about. Technology is not only used for user experience, but it's also now going to be used more and more for health and safety, for screening at the airports, for better queue management, for contactless payments and check-ins in hotels. People are using computer vision, AI, AR, VR, and mixed reality for better queue management at the airports, at kiosks, in hotels. People are using biometric devices, which are RFID enabled and IoT enabled, which can just figure out from a distance which user is traveling and how they're going to be handled. There are a lot of airlines like Delta, Air France, JetBlue, which have already started to use out and roll out these biometric identification technologies. A workforce shortage is going to be another problem with COVID restriction and social distancing. A lot of airports have started using autonomous luggage transportation and drones to assist in aircraft inspection. Payments are completely transformed, whether you go to best of the resorts or hotels or restaurants. The entire menu management process, the entire waiting, the entire end customer feedback and payment process is completely automated. There are a lot of companies in Middle East which you talk about, like Miral, which is also automating the whole concept of experiences and activities using FacePass initiative, and digital health-enabled passports are also going to be talked about. There's a lot happening. People are also talking about using holograms and chatbots for entire experience, and virtual tourism is becoming a big hit. And I'm just throwing out these broad topics, and who better than our esteemed panelists today who have joined us from all over the world to talk about some of these broad themes of how they see in their industry technology shaping up as a vision for 2030 in the next decade, and how they see in their industry technology becoming a game changer, and what are their thoughts. So I'm going to start by introducing our first esteemed panelist today, who needs no introduction. Well-renowned chef Ranveer Barar, who's a celebrity chef. He's a television and digital celebrity. He's been part of MasterChef India judge, author, restaurateur. He set up very famous restaurants all over the world and set up menus for them. He also began his television journey with Breakfast Express, Snack Attack, and so many travel and culinary shows. He also has written books, A Traditional Twist, in association with Bertolli India. He also wrote an autobiography, which is called Come Into My Kitchen in 2016. He also launched his own mobile app. So that's something very unique to know about you, Ranveer, which you developed in collaboration with Hangama Digital, which is an exhaustive repository of all his recipes presented in text and visual formats. And he's been part of MasterChef India as a judge for most of the season. A very warm welcome to you, Ranveer. Thank you so much for joining in today. And we would love to hear from you, your industry being a completely niche industry. And in last 10, 15 years, it's completely taken everybody by storm, that how, a chef, individual chef can also create an aura the way you have created, and how you have leveraged technology, and how you see next 10 years technology being leveraged in your broad spectrum of work role, and how you see it becoming an enabler to better connect with your audience.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Atik. Pleasure being here. And thanks for the introduction. I just feel, for a long time, they were in our business, in the food and hospitality business, they were the food people or the operations people, and they were the tech people, and you really didn't The food guy didn't worry about what the tech guy was doing. The tech guy didn't really worry about what the food guy was doing, and is going on like that for a really long time. I think what the pandemic has done is it has created a very clear opportunity for food tech, where you've realized, and I think as restaurants in the delivery ecosystem, restaurants have realized that the technology for delivery is as important as making your own food. Otherwise, you're too dependent on parties and partners, and it becomes very difficult for you to take that control back, especially in emergencies like what we're facing right now. And I think that's truly, in the industry, it has definitely left a sense of a definite need to understand technology, because it's very clear now that you can't just be food or tech. You need to be food tech if you're in this business. I think overall, that's a big change that's going to reflect in times to come. It might start with simpler experiments with technology at the restaurant and hotel level. Like you said, technology for screening, technology for menus, technology for billing. But then I think eventually it's going to get into core competence very seriously in terms of technology for back-end processes, including cooking. And I think the first initiation phase has already started. Restaurants and have already had a very clear non-understanding with the aggregator, and they've understood that because the aggregator has the technology to aggregate, they are at a back foot. And I think that very clearly put in a need to embrace technology and not just operations. In terms of using technology for brand building, I think most restaurants, and I don't say all of them, most restaurants purely were dependent on a loyal set of customers who would sort of visit them and probably be 75 to 80% of the business, if not more. And I think it became imperative to go beyond that 75 to 80% of loyal customers in the lockdown, because now you were doing deliveries and the market was wide open. And that's when customer acquisition or reaching out to the customer, a lot of these restaurants wouldn't even really focus on social media as a form of advertisement. Forget about the rest of the utilizing rest of technology at offer, because you had the cushion of a fixed clientele. And I think this cushion being taken off, you're using technology more efficiently to reach your consumer, as a hotel wanting to reach you, or as a restaurant wanting to reach you, to advertise, and I think the need to be on the cell phone has really, really pushed the industry to embrace technology, embrace it faster, and put money and resources behind it. And we're going to see those results, I'd say, in the next couple of years, with much clearer customer outreach programs, much clearer, much clearer streams of using technology for advertisement, much clearer digital branches, right? And I think that's a big plus that was always in the waiting. As far as brand building is concerned individually, and you spoke about the app, for me, the idea always was that if I cook probably 100 people, or if I cook for a big event, probably 2,000 people are going to be able to taste my food. However, if I can reach with my food to a much larger audience, and they cook it and eat it themselves, they would at least get a sense of what we are trying to do. And I think that's where I embrace technology, both in terms of content propagation and in terms of prospective consumer outreach, using apps and using digital mediums to propagate both content and create a database of the kind of people that you want to work with or rally around with. And I think that's where the app comes in handy. It allows me, it has given me a unique outreach to 380,000 email addresses that I can communicate with. It has given me an opportunity to understand the consumer more. It's given me an individual platform for hosting content, which goes beyond learning from the third-party aggregators, you also learn that content aggregators probably will have the same issue with content creators in terms of who holds a larger piece of the pie. So apps allow us to sort of reach out by ourselves, at least start creating a foundation or that platform to host our content. I think more or less in the ecosystem, I'd say our industry, we've gone from basic to intermediate, but it's been fast forwarded, I would say, at least 7 years. In these past 2 years of extreme stress that the hospitality tourism industry has gone through. What is definitely the silver lining is embracing technology and understanding that you really can't do without it. As much you might cook the best of food and you might provide the best of services, but nothing's possible without technology. That fight is very clearly over, to sum it up.
Right. No, I think it's a brilliant point in terms of how people used to typically see food and tech separate and nobody used to enter into each other's territory. In the way you have leveraged technology to create a larger audience base. And I'm going to have a quick follow-on question because I know we might lose out on you later as well. That how do you see the skill building happening in your industry? Because a lot of people who share the same industry as you, they may not be very tech savvy, tech enabled, and it becomes a bit of a deterrent. Although you have the best of the intent and desire to do it, but you don't know how to build something like this. You don't have enough scale to have your own team. So I'm sure when you launch your app and did a lot of social media and engagement, it must be a little bit of tricky. Do you want to share some quick learnings from your journey?
Sure. I think the first belief that you sort of drive it by is that it is common sense, right? Even you might call it an algorithm. It's basically a linear flow of common sense with multiple decisions taken, and then common sense drives where that stream sort of goes. So I think that's the first belief you got to have, that it is not rocket science. It's basically common sense translated into technology, and that's what we call algorithm. Also, I think what is really, or what will really help is the fact that you're pressed against the wall. A lot of chefs in these times, there were pay cuts in the industry. There were chefs sitting at home. They might not really know about technology, but they started off with intensive social media. They started off, and I think it's one step after another. At an individual level, at organizational level, like you said, some organizations might not have the might to invest in food tech all by themselves, but they will at least now be able to take informed decisions and not just say, "Acha, ye bhi kar lo." This is also one part that you need to do. The stress that you would give on that decision making would be a lot more. Also, I think parallelly, the tech ecosystem would also not provide solutions that sort of fit all. They would be forced to provide customizable solutions, and embrace the industry as much as the industry embraces them. I think that's essentially how I look at it. Like I said, with basic ecosystem being created like White Hat Junior and everything else, you're already in a space where you understand that this is the future, and that I think is the primary beginning. As far as competencies go, yes, we might be slow at acquiring them, but for as much as we want to use food tech currently, it's not like we're building rockets, right? Our products and services are still very understandable, and hence we might use technology, but we don't need to use it as much as most other industries. And I think that's the advantage of our business, saying that even if you started late, we'll be able to pick up fast.
Right. No, and thanks for beautifully simplifying it. Coming from a tech industry, it's a bit of a heartbreak to hear that algorithms are so simple. But I think you're right that not everybody needs to build fancy applications or best of the enterprise level products. You need to know what's relevant for your industry, your scale and size, And I think that's a welcome thought for many of the chefs out there. So thank you so much, Chef Ranveer, for sharing those insights with us. Appreciate it. Next, I'm going on to my esteemed panelist, Anshul Gupta, who is the industry leader, travel and hospitality, Accenture. Anshul leads the offerings, capability, innovation, and thought leadership for the travel and hospitality industry at Accenture Technology. He works with businesses and IT leaders and CXOs in creating innovative ways for creating differentiation and leveraging latest technology and its offerings for improving the ROIs for these companies. He's got more than 2 decades of experience in managing digital transformational journeys and programs for global hospitality, aviation, and travel companies. He's also helped companies realize their growth potential using technology, and has also created massive turnaround stories, NPS improvement in customer scores. He has also spearheaded creation of innovative domain solutions, non-linear growth models for these companies. With this, a very warm welcome to you, Anshul, on this panel. And I think you are somebody who cuts across multiple verticals within the travel domain across the world. And you also bring in that outside-in perspective because of the role you are in. So I think it'll be brilliant to hear from you that at 30,000 feet, where do you see this post-pandemic world headed towards, leveraging technology, and what's your vision for 2030?
Thank you, Karthik, and thank you for the kind words. It's my privilege to be here on this panel with the esteemed co-panelists. I'll start by asking a trivia. What is common between Ibn Battuta, Huan Sang, Marco Polo from Italy, Vasco da Gama, Christopher Columbus, Charles Darwin? They were all travelers and explorers. Time immemorial, most learned people were scholars, scientists, or travelers, right? So I take pride, and I'm assuming all of us take pride in the industry we are all associated with. So talking about the vision 2030, I believe whatever vision we set for 2030, given that travel is so resilient, it is so rebounding, and it is so full of energy, it's going to be realized by 2025. We don't have to wait till 2030 to see what the vision we chart out. One thing which will be very important from the India context is going to be inclusion of rural India in the vision that we chart. In yesterday, one of the panel, I heard 2 in 5 of the internet requests come from rural India, and maybe it's going to go up as we move forward. I was looking at the Google Trends of yesterday on the top 10 searches which are happening. I found 7 being in English, 2 being in Hinglish, and 1 being in vernacular. This has to go up for the India travel and tourism to flourish. And some of the things which the government is doing in terms of Dekho Apna Desh campaign and few others, I'm sure we are on the right track. The players and technology partners to the key players in India also, and even the global players in India, right? All of us have to work together in order to have the right inclusion of the rural India, and especially vernacular. I mean, how can someone from rural India go into a website and try to book a ticket when everything is in English, right? So that needs to change for the vision to be realized, whatever vision we chart out. Now, that's one aspect of it. Broadly speaking, the times have changed, and I don't have to talk about what has changed and what not. The new traveler is very, very new. The demand is new and it is emerging. And these travelers are quite demanding at the same time, right? It is almost like they're asking for what Priceline had in terms of bucketed pricing, right? I want a 3-star hotel for 2 nights on these particular dates in this city. Give me whatever you can. Whereas a luxury trip would say, okay, I want this 10 things specifically through the itinerary, and I want exactly this, and I want top-notch quality. New traveler wants a combination of both. The best of the world at the best price in terms of value that is delivered, and this can be done through technology, and we'll probably during the course of the discussion get to how it can be achieved. One thing is very clear, beyond this, they want also to be delighted and surprised. So it is like the new traveler wants everything, and they are more conscious, they are more wellness focused, they are more locally oriented, and it could be near local as well. It could be state aligned, it could be country aligned, but it is all domestic or local more for that matter. Now, because this is a there's not a supplier's market these days. It is a customer's market these days, right? Demand is very, very low and supply is very, very high. Things are going to change as we see. Whatever happened in Manali and Mussoorie a month back when the lockdown restrictions were open, and it just created chaos, right? But that is helpful for the tier 2 destinations in India. It is definitely going to help if you focus on that piece. And again, technology is going to go and play a massive role to personalize for the segment of one. The loyalty programs need to change, need to be reimagined. Now, so far the programs have been focused on how many thousands of miles you have flown, number of nights you have stayed, the spend that you had, but no more. It has to be around belongingness, around sense of trust and purpose. And I'm sure technology, data analytics is going to play a huge role to it. The only 3 things I will mention and take a pause here, Karthik, is going to be my vision includes 3 aspects from travel, which will be enabled by technology. And those 3 things are leisure, third space, and sustainability. So these are the 3 things I believe are going to create the vision and realize what we want for travel and tourism in India and beyond.
Right. If I may ask a follow-on question, Anshul, you mentioned about a lot of focus on the new traveler and the new age traveler. Do you also see, because in your role you interact with so many industries and so many large businesses, do you see actually companies completely reorienting their business model towards this new traveler user persona, or do you see only startups and smaller companies who are nimble enough to pivot?
Yeah, so there has been a recent study that Accenture had conducted. It's called Future Systems Future Systems Survey. We talked to about 2 years back. We started this and we did a incremental view on it. We talked to about 8,000 plus global CXOs across the segments, across industries. The view we are getting is there are newer companies and companies who have not been number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 5 earlier, who are actually leveraging technology to catapult to growth. They're actually trying to compete with the leaders in the market. And the correlation between technology adoption and revenue growth that we are seeing is the top 10% of companies that adopt technology across the enterprise are seeing twice the growth of, or 2 times the growth of what anyone else who is not adopting technology is. So definitely there are companies who are continuing to invest in technology. There are companies who are actually leveraging technology to leapfrog ahead, to catapult into the growth segment. And it is not just focused on startups for sure. It is all around, all sizes, and all across the enterprise.
And do you also in the same breath see a lot of M&A activities sprucing up, where these large traditional companies want to acquire technology rather than build in-house, because that takes a lot of time, right? And now you're already in a slightly post-pandemic time. Do you see them acquiring technology, or they're building technology on their own?
Yeah, good point there, right? So I think we briefly touched upon in one of the other conversations earlier around M&A, but I think your point is more about or acquiring a technology company to boost your capabilities, right? So that is definitely happening. One of the companies I personally was working with to build an innovative solution for one of our hospitality clients, and we did take that forward, has been recently acquired by one of the unicorns in India. And every other week I hear one such acquisition happening. So people are definitely acquiring niche technology players in order to boost up their capabilities. It's definitely happening. I will also mention, Karthik, on the larger M&A, which also sometimes comes up in the discussion. And what I'm hearing is there are a lot of companies who want to say that I am up for sale, some mid-sized companies, but there are lesser buyers in the market today. Everyone wants to optimize their current operations, have a good control on the cost equation, and people are not aggressively going at larger sizes of acquisitions. Leave aside companies like Salesforce and SAP. I'm not comparing apples to apples if I do that, but generally the capabilities that exist with smaller companies are being acquired. No large M&As right now.
Understood. Well, fair enough. Thanks for sharing that, Anshul, and we'll come back to you. Next, I'm going to go to our third esteemed panelist, Ms. Aditi Balvi, who is the Managing Director for V Resorts. She's one of the inspiring women entrepreneur journeys, which I personally, we interacted last year, I think, Aditi, and I am in complete awe of what she has achieved and the way she has scaled up the business in a short span of time. She has worked in the past with a lot of private equity and venture capital companies like Barings Private Equity, McKinsey. She also has a lot of hands-on experience in scaling startups. She started V Resorts in 2014, and on its own, as a sole woman founder, she has scaled it up in a very structured manner. And they focus on aggregation of premium properties, which are typically 4 to 30 rooms, which are offbeat and which are also in emerging locations, taking care of the rural ecotourism and sustainability. And they also go the step further in the entire process, which typical standalone properties do, by layering small properties with a more professional handling and creating a seamless experience. So you don't really feel that you are, so maintaining the charm of an offbeat property with a professional setup. And I think that's a very interesting combination. They have also raised 4 rounds of capital raise from institutional investors like Seed Fund, Avendus, CDC in the range of $17 million. She is also part of supporting women entrepreneurs in the country and supporting a lot of associations like FLO, SHRM, WF, TIE, and she intends to work towards supporting and creating more women entrepreneurs in the country, which is a welcome thought. A very warm welcome, Aditi, on the panel. We are so happy that you could join us. And from where you sit, Aditi, and it's such a unique model. And since you also mentor a lot of startups and women entrepreneurs, and you see a lot of technology now being leveraged, even in the line of business you are in, from where you sit in the niche vertical you focus on, where do you see the vision 2030 and how technology is enabling some of these offbeat properties and the kind of market you operate in? Do you still see a lot of catch up to do in technology, or is it already there as we speak?
Thank you so much, Karthik, and thank you, Vicky, for having me today. I'll quickly begin with a few changes and maybe a little bit of an update on where we were last time. So V Resorts, definitely my first venture ever and my first venture in hospitality. And like you said, we weren't aggregating. In fact, we were running these properties. So we were the management companies for these small boutique properties. And at scale, we had about 200 properties across 21 states in India. Just before COVID hit, actually, I was able to exit the company and we sold out in January of 2020. To a larger strategic player, and the idea, of course, was to stay on and build out the company to take it to a greater scale, but that didn't happen because of COVID. The company that bought us over, they had their own constraints and they wanted to focus their capital on their own properties. So unfortunately, we weren't able to do that. But let me tell you that we've pivoted since then, and we've actually started a new company, which is completely in ecotourism. So I'll give you a little bit of a story about that, and I'll tell you why it's not a technology enabled venture anymore. It is only a technology venture. So basically, it's quite interesting. Up till the pandemic, we all heard about climate change, and it was something that we heard about and gave it too much of thought, focus, right? And there was still some work that was happening, but mainly happening at the institutional level, and companies weren't really thinking about it. Now the pandemic has really changed the way consumers behave more than anybody else, and it is really the consumers which are going to push us and who are going to change the way that industries respond to them. The booking.com does this report on sustainable travel every year. They've been doing it since 2016. I don't think anybody read that report till 2021, when they came out with startling statistics. All right. 61% of their global travelers were looking for sustainable options in travel. And they obviously weren't able to find them. And 88% of Indian travelers are looking for ecotourism places or are looking for eco stays. It is something which is quite startling. Nobody really expected that.
And when we look at ecotourism, there are basically two problems. One, the consumers are not able to find these properties, and there is no single place that they can go to. And secondly, when they find them also, they are very inconsistent in their communication. Obviously, the hotel themselves is saying that we're doing eco-friendly practices. So the believability or the credibility is also not that much. So since then, we have launched a platform for ecotourism where we are actually developing, or we have developed a discovery platform for all properties which are eco-friendly. Secondly, we are also looking at standardizing the rating mechanism or the communication for the customers. So you can think of it somewhat like a TripAdvisor of ecotourism. Just before TripAdvisor, there wasn't any, even then customer reviews were important, but there was no standardized way of communicating them. Now, what does every hotelier look at? Oh, my TripAdvisor rating is 4 on 5 or 5 on 5, right? So there is a standard way or a standard mode of communication, which does not yet exist in the ecotourism domain. We are hoping to do that. I, in fact, have a lot of partners, a lot of global partners, global chains who are very interested in this endeavor, because we believe that this is, we believed actually that this is the next big trend in hospitality, but we don't need to wait anymore. The statistics are very clear for us. This is an entirely technology, this is a startup. It's a technology platform that allows you to fill in your data, list your property, get the rating specified, and there is an algorithm that works at the back end, which basically translates all the work that you're doing under ecotourism parameters into a certain rating. This rating is also very unique. So I have my colleague Chitali here, who's the Chief Sustainability Officer, and she'll take you through the rating, and that is really our USP or our IP, so to speak. So Chitali.
Hi Karthik. So as Aditi told that, I will take you through the rating system. So our rating system is a very extensive system, and it is like we have tried to standardize it, mapping with all the 17 SDGs and 169 indicators of the SDGs. So through this rating, like as Aditi mentioned, that customers are very confused when they find a property. They don't know it's like how exactly it is a green activities are happening, or it's totally an eco resort or not. So we have trying to enable or help the customer understand that. So what does the rating does? So as it's mapped with the SDGs, our thing is that we want to make the customer understand that, see, it maps basically the community impact. The community, what the property is doing towards the community, how it is impacting the community. That's one aspect. And the second aspect is like how it is reducing the carbon emission. Because everyone understands about the greenhouse, the carbon impact that is happening, the carbon footprint and all. But so we wanted to showcase through our rating these two critical pieces, like the community impact and the carbon reductions, or the reducing of carbon footprint. So this is very much. So what we have done it is like the LIF rating comes, basically we have done, it's what we call it, the rating a LIF rating. So to every property, we assign a LIF rating, like at TripAdvisor gives you a 1 to 5 rating. We give a 1 to 10 rating. So as higher the rating is there, that means the property is doing much better on the ecotourism part. So our target is that the highest rated property, which would be a 10, will actually be a net zero property. It will be like totally, it's offsetting, it's totally no carbon emission, totally all good impacts on the community. That's the focus through our rating system. And when a customer sees a 10 rated, LIF rated property, he knows that he's going to a perfectly, totally accredited, totally, the best eco property, which is actually practicing that.
But more importantly, we've left one parameter, which is the customer rating part. So while we have the local community impact, we have the carbon footprint, and then we also have the customer reviews, because we believe that a whole lot of things that the hotel says they do at the ground level can also be mapped out to what the customers say in terms of experience. Were they able to go to the local village? Were they able to see people who were locals, who were working looking at the property? Were they able to see food or the organic farms, the organic kitchens? Were they able to see other activities that the hotel was doing to preserve maybe the biodiversity at that area? So a lot of the parameters can be mapped out to the customer review part of the entire exercise. And just to let you know, this algorithm is actually getting vouched by the best global agencies. So we have GSTC in Switzerland, and we have the United Nations, of course, because the whole thing is based on their know-how and their intel. And then we have the World Economic Forum. So we are already partnering with a lot of these agencies to be able to create this algorithm so that it is accredited to them from the beginning, and that's what gives it really the credibility. So yeah, so this is basically the new project that we're doing. And like I said, it's interesting to see that it's very easily scalable because it's a tech product. So, it's not geography centric. It can be India, it can be anywhere outside India. We already have 90,000 properties that have tied up with us for venture. So it's actually, that's the other thing about eco tourism and all things eco-friendly, that they are cliquish. People are cliquish, so they come together only through word of mouth, and they come together only because there is this credibility factor there. So this is the new venture, and this is what I'm building out.
Right. No, I think this is pretty interesting. And before I move on to the next guest, I want to also get a quick reaction from you, Anshul. TripAdvisor for rural ecotourism, with backed by AI and algorithms. What kind of an appetite do you see for something like this globally? Because you talk to so many large organizations. Do you, as a concept, not maybe as a product, but what do you think of it as a concept?
So one joke that goes around these days is, whatever pandemic has caused, it was a culmination of many different transformations that came in. People say that pandemic has forced the digital transformation 5 times than otherwise it would have been, and all that, right? But look at multiple things that happened in the pandemic. One is digital adoption, that everyone knows that happened, right? The customer felt they were wasting money on a lot of things that they are no longer investing in. See, I mean, the wardrobe that people used to have that was used, I mean, is no longer being used as much as it was being used earlier, right? So people are getting conscious, not just on their eating habits, not just on their wellness, not just on many of the other things, but also what they are buying, how they are spending, on what or where exactly in the entire day of the life are they spending in. And from a travel standpoint, sustainability definitely is picking up steam. That's why I said, the joke goes around that so many transformations have actually gone or come in this 1 year. It was an opportunity of multiple proportions for many of the players who actually had cash to do something. Those who did not are actually now trying to catch up over the next 1, 2, 3 years. As Aditi said, TripAdvisor for sustainability kind of thing, very well. There is strong appetite to do something like this, and there are experiments happening, products being created across the globe. Many of the large players, many of the large hospitality players, aviation players, they are focusing on measurement.
Yes.
I think 2 years back, in one of the discussions, I did mention about only one of the 5 world's largest hospitality companies that I analyzed had been publishing their sustainability parameters in their annual report for the last, I think, 3 years or 4 years. There was only one company, just not naming it here, but most of the other companies were doing it, not doing it for the sake of it, and so on. But it's become a mandate with the UN targets, every company going to Davos and talking to each other, saying this is what we will do, setting their charter, setting their goalposts, etc. So it will come, it is coming. It is right here, right now, and people have to find out how to get there. It's no longer lip service. It is actually in motion.
Thank you, Anshul. I'm going to quote you also.
Yeah. Great to get that thoughts, and congrats, Aditi, on this new venture. Didn't know about it, and I think, as Anshul said, sustainability is right here, right now. So it's only a matter of time when more companies start to put this in action rather than just a section in their annual report. Moving on to the next panelist, Rajiv Kumar, founder, managing director, and CEO of Mystifly. Rajiv, I think we also interacted last year. I'm completely amazed by your story, how you started very small a decade back and how you've grown. Last year, you raised, I think, 30 million or so. Amazing growth story, bootstrapped entrepreneur, great respect for that. And I think you also mentioned one thing which stuck in my head is that if the whole experience of booking travel should be just like buying something on Amazon, right? It should be that easy. It should not be too complicated. And you have actually, I keep seeing the updates you do, and you're doing a lot of work in that direction to make the entire travel experience so seamless in B2B and B2C space both. And Mystifly, just for everybody's reference, has now grown to become a tech stack for full service airlines and low cost airlines. The entire gamut of, from shopping, aggregation, retailing, consolidation, and payments, all is done through a single platform. And as a borderless airfare marketplace, it offers airfares from more than 700 plus IATA and non-IATA airlines, 200 plus LCCs, multi-GDS, which are sourced from more than 80 plus point of sale countries across the world. Rajiv himself comes from an extremely impressive background, working in large organizations like Final Quadrant Solutions, Diva Software, where he was a COO, and he specializes in the entire gamut of aviation. And till now, we haven't spoken about aviation, Rajiv, in this panel to a great extent. And I think you are the right credible authority to lend us some clarity in terms of how aviation you see and how the distribution from a both intermediary perspective and the end user perspective is changing, and how the entire gamut of services which Mystifly operates into. How do you see the next level of, because I know you're doing a lot of work in technology, already using AI and ML in a big manner, but what's next for the aviation sector in 2030, which you see?
So great. Thank you so much, Karthik. Indeed, a privilege to be sitting here and sharing thoughts with all of you here on this panel. So I think you rightly said about how travel in the world that we live in even today is so complicated and so stressful when it comes to this whole purchase process, or even the fact that when you kind of experience travel as a aviation traveler in some form. And what I mean by that is, I don't think you go through, I've said this many times before, any product that you buy, you don't really need to have your 100% attention while making that purchase. But for flights, because even you make a single character error in entering your name, you have the worst experience to kind of get from there, right? I think it is even in 2021, when we talk about the fact that it is so cumbersome to you book your travel, and then you have to still depend on people to kind of make a change to your travel, or to even figure out what it's going to cost you to cancel the ticket or to make a change, requires dependency and time and so on, is really something which is unacceptable in every form. I'm sure that's the experience of I'm sure everybody sitting in this panel and every global traveler in some form, unless maybe they have used the airline direct to kind of book, because information there is a lot more structured on a comparison to the intermediaries. But intermediaries do bring in the pricing advantage, and which is where, and they bring in more than just a single product. And hence, all of us are inclined, being the travelers we are, to kind of look for intermediary offerings so that A, we can save on time, and B, maybe we could be getting better customer experience. So I think largely that being the problem statement, I think this problem statement has come in, very much like what Ranveer was talking about in the restaurant space. Everybody were working in silos, right? I think it's no different even in the airline world, that the whole structure of airline industry continues to sit on a very pre-internet kind of a model, where that distribution, fulfillment, and payments in a way was very relevant, that you needed different kinds of businesses to kind of come and take care of different aspects of aviation in some form. But I think that's definitely changed and changing. And when that changes to a great extent, I think traveler's journey and traveler experience, I think, will be very different and very similar to what we all experience when we buy a product on any e-commerce platform, for that matter, where we know for sure, it's okay if I didn't like it, I can always return it back. I bought it, I do not need it at this particular point in time, I can return it back. I can exchange that. I think getting to that level of simplicity when it comes to purchasing travel, I think is where the 2030 or an earlier vision that I think from a travel experience standpoint that would like to see from a traveler's perspective. And from a airline's perspective, I think it's also very clear that when a pandemic of this kind hit, it was very saddening to see the number of aircrafts getting grounded and and airlines taking the brunt of a major brunt as far as the pandemic is concerned. So I think the evolution from here very clearly is, in a way, trying to bring different aspects of this whole ecosystem together, where airlines are able to dynamically generate and create product offerings. So, for example, we had a chef in the earlier part of the conversation. What if there's a traveler who wants to order, a food that's getting, prepared in Delhi, and it's okay for a 14 hours or for, transit to be delivered there? And can airlines take advantage of a situation of this kind, driving delivery in some form as an airline, but having a product proposition then that can accommodate a delivery of this kind, right? And this is not necessarily a New York, Delhi kind of an example. It could be Bangalore, Bombay, but the ability of airlines truly to kind of get into a very dynamic product creation model, which is in line with the realities of the market and the expectations of the market that exists at that particular point in time in a larger context. I think evolving into a model where it's just not about transporting passengers from point A to point B, but then having different possibilities of that transportation, including the fact that I may want to send my bags earlier and then land into the airport later, or I may want to kind of seek a different kind of expectation from airline as a transportation layer. For me, I think would be the way maybe 2030 or earlier would possibly define. And I think a lot of what we are doing as a business, is or wanting to kind of get involved with is to get to that position where we can enable support a transition of this kind. And the simplest areas that we are currently focused or involved in is the airline retailing bit, where traveler experience, getting simple things like a traveler getting to know whether even a aisle seat is available or a middle seat or a window seat is available pre-purchase, right? Not when I've made the payment, I've realized it later that I do not have, but I'm willing to pay $20 more or $10 more if I knew what was available, right? Getting those basic fundamental data points, which would be very helpful for me as a traveler when I make a purchase decision, like I would do it when I buy a mobile, when I would buy a television. I know exactly what's there, what is the configuration, and why am I paying $100, $200 for this or a $500 for this particular product. Exactly, very similar decision making. Can we bring that in a flight purchase process, and can we drive this whole automation when it comes to post-booking experiences that a traveler would go through without human intervention? And lastly, the areas around airline payments, which is still, again, very outdated in the way the structure remains, and all of these silos in a way has been limiting that traveler experience, as I had shared earlier. And the direction that we, and I would say the industry in general, would and should be taking is in easing out these layers of friction that currently exist.
Right, and I think you put on some brilliant points, which I think all of us will relate to, whether it's as an end user, the whole point of you have to be 100% attentive while booking a aviation ticket, which is so very true. Compared, I mean, you could buy 50 lakh rupees worth of a car now online. Don't even think about it, just do a car configurator, and people do that, right? But for a 5,000 rupees ticket, you have to be super focused. So I think it's a brilliant point. And the other point about aviation companies not thinking of this as a business of transporting people, but the whole experience and the possibilities, which I think is a extremely valuable thought. And then third, obviously, is payments, which is so very messy in the aviation segment. And I'm going to bring in at this stage, I think, a right person who's going to help us navigate through these answers and wade through it is our global expert today and our last speaker of the day, Mr. Gavin Eccles, who's the managing partner, GE Consulting and Advisory. He's got more than 3 decades of experience in marketing and strategic management in the airline, airport, transportation, hotel, and tourism sectors across both public and private enterprises, from doing consulting to board level participation. Gavin has assisted large airlines around the world, to name a few, that includes British Airways, EasyJet, Jet2, Eurowings, American Airlines, and the list goes on and on, right? And he's also worked with large hotel companies like Meridian and Marriott Hotels, and some of the large tourist offices in the world as well, like Visit London and Visit Portugal. And now his focus is more around the commercial link between the tourism and the aviation industry. And I think you are the right expert we have today. We have the honor of having you, Gavin, with us. And you would help us navigate through how some of the points which Rajiv has taken up in terms of both as a user, as an intermediary, and as a supply side provider of aviation services. Where do you see aviation sector and tourism sector interlinking and picking up on some of these problem statements and use cases? And where do you see them directionally going in the next 10 years to tap onto these opportunities? Now, you're on mute, Kevin.
Good morning. Sorry. Thank you, Kartik, for the kind words, and thank you, Vicky, for inviting me today. So, no, it's been very interesting to listen and picking up on what Rajiv just said in terms of how, if we look at the whole project of disintermediation and the way that aviation has looked at exploring where we can position our products to be it to tourists, be it to business travelers. And interestingly, if we look, just in the last couple of months, two large airline companies in Asia are completely changing their positioning. AirAsia is now called airasia.com. And what they're trying to understand is the life beyond an airline. And Cathay Pacific, the Hong Kong-based airline, has just rebranded a whole new setup called Cathay. Cathay is going to be a premium lifestyle brand, which will allow that airline to move into different product offers. Is that because they believe that the industry is suffering? I don't think so. I think our industry is resilient. And, I was working for British Airways during September the 11th. And, we all know what happened after September the 11th. And, it's come back in a completely different way. Where I'd like to just make a few words is really looking at technology, not just from the purchasing side, but how is aviation changing in relation to connectivity? We're in a game-changing era. The manufacturers, Airbus and Boeing, have used the pandemic to really understand what are the airlines' needs. The airlines' needs are quite simple. We need to increase yield. We cannot continue to offer low fares with high costs and try to compete on price. You're in India, you all know that, what's been happening in the last few years with the low cost penetration. Yes, it's increased massively the ability for people to travel, but the airlines are losing a lot of money. And that has to stop. What we're starting to look at now is how to open up longer flying in a differentiated way. So what we would call narrow body, long haul development. So this is a game changer at the moment on the transatlantic market. So looking at North America to Europe, we're seeing significant developments from airlines being able to open up secondary and tertiary, second and third tier airports with non-stop flying. If I'm trying to take an A330 or an A350 on a 7 to 11 hour flight, which is what you would normally be using, I would have around 300 to 350 passengers. So as an airline economics, there's a lot of economy seats that I'm going to have to fill, and I'm going to obviously discount heavily to try to support demand. And that situation is why airlines have been losing too much money. So the next project is to say, can I fly the same amount of time, 7 to 11 hours, with 200 seats or 180 seats? And this is what the A321 long range, the A321 XLR, the new MAX 8, 9, and 10 coming from Boeing. This would allow, let put into perspective, this allows Delhi, London. This allows Delhi, Tokyo direct with a single aisle aircraft. Indigo's ordered 248, according to Wikipedia, and according to Airbus, 248 A321 long ranges and XLRs. Watch this space where those aircraft can go. That allows UK, Europe to touch parts of India that you'd not thought about. That would allow Goa as a tourism destination to considerably look at source markets in a completely different way. It doesn't mean having connections from London or Paris. You could start looking at second and third cities. You could look at flying into places like Dusseldorf, etc. Key catchments in European cities with big populations that are not connected with hubs. And I think that's where aviation and tourism is going to change. So the technology on the software and the distribution is one side of the story, but we've also got to look at the hardware. And if I start thinking about where you can draw concentric circles of 7 to 11 hours from some of your key hotspots, if you look at in 2019, there were 250 million seats in India. 70% of that was in the market of domestic. 7 in 10 of your seats were in the hands of domestic. In the last 10 years, from 2010 to 2019, you grew domestic 4 times you grew international. Now, is that because the international hasn't been pushed forward? Is it because Jet Airways went out? Air India's been in a little bit of a transition. Where does that now bring the likes of Spice, Indigo? This new airline launched last week, Qatar Air. Well, they've ordered 70 aircraft. We don't know yet what they've ordered. If they're ordering A321 XLRs, you could see a significant opportunity here to start thinking about opening up domestic or opening up international. Now, the international tourism, this is what we try to think about. How do you align connectivity and regional tourism development? It isn't about connecting just to the key major capital cities. Second and third cities are available in the next, the first set of orders, talking 23, 24, 25, who's ordered most of these aircraft so far is United and Delta, followed then by the likes of Indigo, a lot coming out of Asia. So the market space will change. It allows tourism boards, regional tourism boards, to think actually now they can connect on routes, and airlines can make profitability on 180 seats rather than on 350. So game changing for the way that you might try and look at opening Indian tourism to international markets in narrow body, long haul strategies, and not just focusing on hubs and alliance partners bringing you connections on global cities to global cities. This, I think, is a huge opportunity. And it started, as I said, transatlantic is moving it. JetBlue out of the US is starting to look at this straight away. We're seeing the same in Canada with the likes of WestJet, opening up parts of Europe that they wouldn't normally be doing. And I think this could be a huge opportunity for the Indian tourism opportunity to say, how do we look at new ways of bringing single aisle 200-seat aircraft into destinations that we wouldn't normally be working with? And then it's all about creating, as what was said, the opening up the channels and obviously the promotion to support that. So in all of this, the technology, we talk a lot about technology on digitalization, but the technology on aircraft manufacturing is game changing to support tourism development if you're looking to go for more sustainable route development projects. So I think I'll throw that back out to you there, Kartik, for any comments.
No, I think it's brilliant. And I think we always miss out on these technicalities, like you mentioned about narrow body, long haul, and how the route management needs to be done in a certain mile radius. And I think it's extremely fresh perspective, at least from where I come from, because we're mostly talking about the software side. Hardware side typically gets missed out. So I think it's a very, very interesting perspective you've lent in. And although we are short on time, but I'll still try in 5 minutes to squeeze in, and I'll bring in Rajiv. Rajiv, what do you think about the perspectives which Kevin brought in terms of thinking, not unilaterally, purely in terms of distribution, software, analytics, route optimization management, but also thinking from a completely out of the box thought process that can be realigned the way the manufacturing is done, can be restructured the way the entire aircraft body is thought through? Or do you think it's a bit far-fetched and it will take time? Or do you think it's right here, right now as well?
No, I think there's absolutely great merit in what Gavin said, and how, again, it's also that agility that we're talking about here in adapting to new changing opportunities that's coming in with technology changes that's happening around us, right? Because I think every large change in, or every revolution that we've seen around in any form has always been aided with some technology changes that have happened in every industry. And I think here today, from what Gavin mentioned, there is a possibility to rethink the structure, capacity as far as aircraft are concerned, and the speed at which you could be doing. Of course, not really, whatever is demanded is not going to happen overnight. It still is going to take that time, and maybe by that time we're going to be in a completely different world on a comparison to what it is today. Because 10 years back, the whole thinking was we need wide-bodied aircrafts and we need A380s, and where there we had manufacturing A380s, and all of a sudden we've got each of those beautiful birds today grounded and none going to be flying in the future, right? I think so. I think keeping it small and keeping it simple to kind of create that model that can emerge out to facilitate a certain travel opportunity of what Gavin mentioned. Definitely there is merit, but I guess it's not something that can be definitely achieved overnight, right? It has its time constraints around, and in time you never know where the world would have got to, especially for aviation. Yeah.
Great. So we're completely out of time. I'm just going to request one liner in 30 seconds from each one of you. One closing thought, one vision statement for 2030, starting with you, Anshul. Because you said don't put me on spot, so I'm putting you on.
All right. So the closing thought that I have is the core product of airlines, hotels, cruise lines, whichever the line of or subsegment within the industry is, their core model is not going to be sufficient to take them through the next few years, which are very different than what it used to be in the past. They need to focus on the new customer, new ancillaries, and maybe higher share of ancillaries as well to get a little bit breather, get more stability into their operating models. And data, cloud, and convergence are definitely going to be important. Data, we all know why. Cloud, we all know why, to give the flexibility and the base for transformations. And convergence, we should never forget the convergence in the new world, how different ecosystem partners are going to come together and going to bring about new business models, new ancillaries, new revenue streams, and so on.
Convergence is the takeaway from Anshul. Aditi?
Sorry. Well, the 2030 is all about meeting the SDGs, which I am very passionate about. So I think what will happen is that all industries are going to change the way they work, including the hospitality one. And one thing which I really want to say is that hospitality is one of those few industries which actually look at all 17 of the SDGs. So as we see new innovations in waste, water, energy, all these will translate into the hospitality sector because we are really the end use customers for that. And I do believe that by 2030, sustainability will be very key to all hotels, basically. Yeah.
Sustainable convergence till now is the vision statement. Rajiv?
Well, I think a connected world that brings the ecosystem together and gets the participants to in a more agile manner, take advantage of opportunities that could be presented. I think, and for a traveler to be that much less stressful when it comes to this whole travel journey. right? I think in a very connected world is what I would see as a 2030 vision.
Connected, sustainable, convergence. Gavin, closing remarks.
Yeah, but stop fragmentation, working together. I think that what this pandemic has proven is that we were in silos. And also productivity, you know, airlines and airports, and we were planning 1 year in advance. Now we're planning in 2 weeks. So the whole concept of renewal has to be. We were stuck in our ways. You know, we were planning next summer. Why? We still got 3 months of this summer. The opportunities are there. The world is moving fast. Don't plan for next summer when you're missing still parts of this summer.
Brilliant. So convergence, sustainability, connected, breaking silos, thinking right here, right now. Thank you so much, all the esteemed panelists, for joining in and bringing in such a fresh perspective. It's an honor to have chaired this session with you. Thank you, Fiki, Dilipji, Manish, Anirban, Dolly, entire team for setting this up. Thank you, audience, for joining in, and have a great weekend ahead. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you and take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We are live.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Namaskar. I am Sajeev Kuru, Managing Director, Ayurveda Mana Hospitals, President, Ayurveda Promotion Society, and Chairman of Ayurveda Task Force, FICCI Tourism Committee, Government of Delhi. This is the second FICCI's Travel and Tourism Hospitality E-Conclave happening. It started yesterday. We are in the plenary session number 6. And our topic today is the importance of Indian medicine system, Ayurveda, and wellness. In the midst of the pandemic, with the threat of another wave looming, the wellness and medical activities serves a ray of hope for the guest arrivals. Ayurveda, the Indian system of medicine, with its 5,000 years of existence, generated global interest. The use of nature-based medical solutions is popular with the public looking for alternatives. Additionally, post-COVID, rejuvenation and detoxification immunity boosting packages are more common and demand is steadily increasing. Workation, the new concept, a healthy mix of work and vacation, becoming a trend in the younger professionals. To promote India as a medical destination, the government of India is developing new policies and practices. The practice of yoga, as you know, it is famous all over the world. And Ayurveda, along with yoga, is the right proposition for the coming years in this pandemic time. Today, we are blessed with the presence of very eminent and esteemed speakers by panelists, which includes a senior IAS officer from the Government of India, 2 prominent Ayurveda subject experts, 1 Ayurveda promoter and preacher, 2 Ayurveda services selling promoters and experts in the field of Ayurveda promotion and selling the service products. So I just informed the panel about the details separately. The meeting follows, the panel flow is like this. I will give an introduction of the speakers. Each speaker is given 3 minutes of opening remarks. Followed, there will be a panel discussion for 20 to 25 minutes, after which there will be a question answer session for the audience. Audience are requested to share their questions through chat box with the name of the speaker, which I intended to get the answer from. So now, let me introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Rakesh Kumar Verma. He is a 1993 IAS officer and is currently the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tourism since Jan 2020. He looks after international cooperation, Swadesh Darshan scheme, niche tourism, and leads various initiatives of the ministry, such as preparing the draft tourism policy, setting up of national integrated database of hospitality industry, NIDHI, and system of assessment and awareness and training for hospitality industry, SATI initiative. He has had various departments at the state level, including the Department of Technical Education, Information Technology, Industries, Commerce and Environment, etc. He was earlier served as District Collector at Kapurthala and Patiala and Municipal Commissioner of Ludhiana. We welcome Rakesh Kumar ji to address the audience as well as the speakers. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Sanjeev. And my greetings to my fellow panelists. Thank you, FICCI, for inviting me to this session, which is about promoting Indian traditional system of medicine and wellness through tourism. We all know India is the birthplace of some of the most ancient and well-known branches of medicine and holistic healing. From Ayurveda to yoga and naturopathy, the country's expertise in alternate medicine and healthcare goes back centuries and encompasses an overall focus on a healthy, well-balanced life. As modern life grows in complexity, there is greater realization about the deep linkage of the mind and the spirit to the body. There is now greater appreciation for the ancient science of Ayurveda and its ability to promote long-term health with no side effects, and not just in India, but internationally as well. Ministry of Ayush in central government is taking a large number of measures to create systems and facilities for promoting Ayush, and also internationally showcasing our strengths. In order to promote India as a destination for medical value travel and wellness tourism, the Ministry of Tourism has drafted a broad strategy, and which is currently under consultation with other ministries, state governments, and industry. A key distinction is, when we talk about medical tourism and wellness tourism, we usually take them as synonymous. The strategy is based on the clear realization that, notwithstanding the overlap, both are two distinct domains. Medical tourism comes from one end of the domain where we are looking for curing a patient, while wellness tourism comes from a different end of the spectrum where you are enhancing and adding value to your well-being. And that's where our Indian system of medicine, which has both the properties, it has curative properties and also the preventive properties. And that makes a lot of sense for us to really mainstream and promote. Medical value travel and wellness tourism both are expanding in a big way, and it's a big opportunity for India to tap this market. When we looked at our strengths and weaknesses, we found we have a large number of factors supporting for the growth of our traditional system of medicine, and particularly making it popular across the world. However, making sure that all our partners, whether within the central government ministries, whether with the state governments and our industry partners, to bring them on a single platform, create that synergy and bring a dedicated focus to this particular segment. There have been gaps, and that's where our strategy tries to address them. Some of the recommendations which have been made in the strategy are to develop a brand for India as a wellness destination. Individual agencies, individual hospitals, individual service providers are doing their best to really create that awareness in the source markets, showcase their capabilities in the international arena, but country as a whole needs to develop this brand and market itself. And that is where this strategy recommends Heal in India brand as a sub-brand of Incredible India, which will focus on promoting India as a wellness tourism destination. We're also looking at a strong partnership with our Indian missions abroad, because they have access to a large network and they are in a position to really help our mission to position India as a wellness destination. We're also looking at attracting diaspora. Indian diaspora across the world does visit India for their families, for their friends. Can we showcase wellness opportunities to them? They can become the first set of people who get converted to our wellness offering. The ministry also has market development assistance programs for service providers, for all those who seek our assistance to improve their marketing efforts and sell their products. The next set of recommendation in the strategy is strengthening the ecosystem for medical and wellness tourism. As you understand, it's a complete value chain. There are many people who contribute to the system, to make this a success, whether it is the travel agents, whether it is the particular service providers, whether it is the facilitators, but the system of these implementation partners is too fragmented, too divided, and too unorganized. So the effort which is suggested in the strategy is, can we organize them better? Can we build their capacity? Can we train them and bring everyone together? We've also looked at developing large areas, in terms of a special wellness tourism zone, where you could have these facilities, you could have other supporting facilities, and so that you can really attract international travelers on a large scale. We're also looking at, promoting competition between states, because states and destinations have a lot of role in terms of translating our policies on ground. So how do we really make them aggressive in terms of promoting as a destination for wellness and our traditional system of medicine? So in terms of ranking the states and destinations, particularly their offerings, and also looking at building the capacity of these destinations and a roadmap for their future growth. That's another area where we would like to work with our states and destinations. If you look at wellness tourism or the system that we're talking about, it requires a convergence of wellness, hospitality, and travel businesses, because no single system could be marketed on its own unless it meets end-to-end requirement of travelers. And that's where it is very important for all of us to look at this convergence of wellness, hospitality, and travel businesses. We also need to look at every destination has something unique to offer in a larger sense for a wellness traveler, and destination management organizations have to come out with that unique offering and sell. The government again is willing to support for any quality assurance system or for any support that tourism wellness organizations may require. We have a National Medical and Wellness Tourism Promotion Board. We are now broad-basing that board and putting a dedicated agency to make sure that our efforts are not ad hoc, they are sustained, and they are on consistent basis. We're also suggesting to the state governments to put together a similar board and making sure that we are both aligned. So these are some of the highlights within the strategy that we have. And I'm sure the deliberations today and the experts that we have today will give us a lot of food for thought, a lot of suggestions. And I'll request FICCI if they could really compile these proceedings and make them available to the ministry. It will really help us a great deal to fine-tune our strategy and make sure that it has the benefit of all the expertise that we are going to see today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh Kumar Verma ji. Thank you for your insights on the Government of India Tourism Department's plans and policies for the medical as well as wellness, travel and tourism programs in the coming future, and also your medical value travel board and related new policies which you are going to implement very soon. And being the part of FICCI Ayurveda Wellness Promotion Committee Chairman, I assure FICCI's wholehearted support with the Government of India Ministry of Tourism. And thank you very much for your valued time. And we will give you an update after these meetings and proceedings, and all the information will be passed out to you in the coming days. Thank you very much. And let me welcome Dr. Gigi Gangadharan, an expert and a very senior Ayurveda professional. And Dr. Gangadharan, Gigi Gangadharan, normally known as Dr. Gigi, is the director at the Ramaya Indic Specialty Ayurveda Restoration Hospital based in Bangalore. He is an exponent of Ayurveda and expert on authentic Ayurveda methods of diagnosis, especially the pulse diagnosis, Nadi Chikitsa, successfully treats the lifestyle disorders. He initiated the basic and applied research in the field of traditional medicine that broadens the frontiers of healthcare research and drug development. Instrumental in establishing centers of excellence for Ayurveda, he has authored and edited many books on Ayurveda and is the editor of Ancient Science of Life, a well-known journal of Ayurveda in the country. Welcome, Dr. G.G. Gangadharan ji. And today's topic, Ayurveda and wellness. Since you and Prasad ji are the subject expert, whatever the area you choose, you can go ahead, the therapeutic value or the preventive value of Ayurveda being the subject experts. Prasad ji will follow the next subject in that level. So I welcome Dr. G.G. Gangadharan ji for your presentation. Thank you.
Namaskar ji, thank you for giving me an occasion to open my mind on this subject. As you told, my subject expertise is in Ayurvedic clinical practice. I do travel through the other cross-section areas of Ayurveda's development. I am a keen observer of the field for last so many years. Few things that come to my mind is that need of establishing the niche areas of Ayurveda to be exposed to the foreign travel. Due to efforts of people like Kurupan, Sanjeev Kurupan and others, and Somadhiram kind of group people, the wellness and well-being aspect of Ayurveda is well established to the curious travelers. Not I don't say all over the world, but curious travelers. There is a percentage of awareness being built. But the area that is not explored is the expertise areas. There are expertise area of Ayurveda where specialized hardcore treatment are available in areas where there is no alternatives available all over the world. So if you are able to pick up that areas, like the Prasad is representing Netra Chikitsa, or my brother Gogol is representing Sudarshana Netra Chikitsa, these are niche areas, and there are very important areas in this area where they can get monumental kind of benefit if they come and take this treatment. So if you explore that area, and 3-4 areas which I always refer is the lifestyle diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, post-stroke conditions, different kinds of skin diseases, and diseases related to gastrointestinal tract. These are the hardcore areas, Ayurveda expert area, where very excellent management are available and we practice being documented. So one night we have to handle this area, and we should ask these people to develop a package. People want to come, they don't want to come with the uncertainty. They want to come with a certain program that they will get. For example, can you have a 3 weeks package or 1 week package or 1 month package, whatever may be for this condition. If it is a myopia of children, or it is of a glaucoma in elderly people, or some condition eye, or he said there is a osteoarthritic changes. You want to delay your knee replacement, and if you want to stop your avoid your knee replacement, we can guarantee and kind of give this kind of packages, which will allow them to come year after year. For 2-3 years they have to come. And post-stroke is another area. So on this area, if you are able to make a package, and I think it is important to have a map of the centers of excellence that exist in this country in different geographical area. Kerala is a capital in this area, but there are many other areas also. You document and also give a gradation in terms of facility, in terms of expertise, in terms of volume that can be managed. So there will be very big, starting from the Ganges area, we have got big centers of 7-star, and we have got good centers like many centers in small, run by one single physician, but very quality treatment is available with them in the villages. So if you map that area and put it in the canvas of the travelers and put into the notice of the travel agents who bring the patient, and this is a document. And also we need to have a lot of document on this. For example, people are not aware that you can delay or avoid osteoarthritis in elderly people if you start treatment in Ayurveda in the early stages. We can bring back the mobility, we can bring back the synovial fluid dryness into punctuation. So one thing we have done, we have proven records also. So all these things are a gray area in Ayurveda, should develop it. Second area is that wellness is known, but we should show why wellness. So the concept of well-being, if you say that if you start your Rasayana Chilsa from the age of 45, and if you do it every year, this is the benefit. I always give the examples of M.S. Swaminathan, a great scientist of India, who without any, whatever the VC engagement, once in a year spends 1 month in Portugal Aryashala, and he is doing for last 25 years or so. And he proudly says, why I am healthy at the age of 95, because I do this. So this kind of examples we can bring into the notice of the people. Because we have to highlight, I think the Ayurveda is the sleeping giant. So this giant has to be woken up by appropriate nutrition from all area. So now individuals are, see, whatever happening today in India in terms of Ayurveda's tourism is because of individual efforts, because of their survival or their growth or their enthusiasm or their passion for Ayurveda is bringing things. Now there is Government of India, especially Tourism Department, as Mr. Verma indicated. We need an umbrella of the Tourism Ministry, Ayush Ministry, and all our Indian embassies all over the world, 200 and odd centers, should become the ambassador of this. So now Ayush already have some places for Ayurveda, that centers of information, but that is not enough. We should have a bureaucratically supported place for a physician to practice in these places, places. And one other suggestion I want to make is that let us not directly jump into developed countries. There are Southeast Asian countries who are interested. So if you have a simple physician practice in that country, they will send people to this country for advanced treatment. So we don't have a good center even those countries to understand, taste Ayurveda. So Malaysia Ayush Ministry has started a bench. That's not enough. You should have a clinical center with all the support of the government so that they can treat as any other physician of any system treats there, with all the legal support system available for them with the Government of India support. So one is exporting good entrepreneurs to outside the country with the support, financial and other technical support and marketing support, so that 10 people are supported for 2 to 3 years. 2 people will be successful. That 2 people will bring more people to India for advanced kind of treatment. These centers of excellence will be awareness. This is the 2 thing I want to highlight, because lack of time, I know that people are supposed to speak 2 to 3 or 4 minutes, but I want to give this few ideas. That is, Center of Excellence India should be mapped. They should have a package program with the definite outcome results. We cannot be any vague. This is what expected after this. This is what can happen. Some of the treatment need 1 or 2 years of continuous arrival, and people are doing it. So can you make that package available? This package should be available on the website of the Tourism Ministry, website of the Ayush Ministry, website of the External Affairs Ministry, and they should be documented properly at that. Then also we should give a gradation to the physicians. Now physicians are known because of their expertise, but they are not even not authenticated or not certified as this thing. So that people will come, okay, this Government of India is telling this, that kind of group, if you can make with a genuine, proper assessment criteria, years of practice, years of patient treated, or the kind of hospital one is managing. All this can be criteria, and also the certification by different kind of government agencies. So I think if you do that, that will be a good step. Along with this, I have told already that a passport for Ayurveda passport. When any country is going for Ayurveda treatment to India, they should be given immediately an Ayurveda support when they get a letter from Indian Ayurveda hospital that this patient needs. That should be sufficient to give them a passport to come to India. This kind of easy logistics, if you make it, more people are ready to come. This is what in a nutshell I want to tell. I don't want to tell about the areas that Ayurveda has, not in this forum, but I think these are the areas where Ayurveda can contribute extensively, are the hardcore disease areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gigi. Very well narrated, the points, the geo-mapping, as well as, promoting the treatment aspect of Ayurveda, which people like us, the Ayurveda Promotion Society, and also in combination with the Tourism Department and also with the Ayush Ministry, we are trying, and the number of patients who are coming for the treatment aspect of Ayurveda is increasing day by day, especially the neurological as well as the muscular areas where Ayurveda is having proven records. And that will be explained by the two of the sellers, Mr. Karthik and Irina, which their own experiences and all. Now I call upon Dr. Vaidya Prasad. Vaidya Prasad is the director of Sunetri Ayurveda Hospital and Research Center in Thrissur, Kerala. He's a postgraduate in Ayurveda with 25 years of clinical and 17 years of teaching experience. Vaidya Prasad served as the founding principal and medical superintendent of Ashtangam Ayurveda Chikitsalayam and Vaidya Peetham. And he has learned his principles and practice of Ayurveda under the legendary Acharya Padma Bhushan Vaidya Bhushan K. Raghavan Tirumulpat, which he continued for 21 years and got trained in the clinical Ayurveda under Padma Shri Dr. K. Rajagopalan. In 2020-21, he is appointed as Guru in the CRAV program of Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth, New Delhi. Dr. Prasad, I think you can tell your just what do you call your mind on this Ayurveda and wellness, little bit away of the conventional way to the tourism line, which is may not be a subject of your much importance, but definitely on Ayurveda you can give a guidance on that. Vaidya Prasad, please.
Thank you, respected dear Sajeev ji, then respected Madan ji, Sri Karthik Dave, and my fellow panelists, especially again respected Dr. Gigi and Sri Rakesh Kumar ji, everyone on the panel. Very good afternoon to all of you. As you rightly mentioned, Sajeev ji, I'm not an expert in the technical aspects of the tourism industry, but definitely I think I can be one among the group who can come together for the overall promotion of Ayurveda in a global perspective. And right now, when we sit here together in a different scenario, which is unprecedented, the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and say once this COVID pandemic is over, the post-COVID scenario, I think we will have a different set of behavior pattern all around the world, I hope. Because this is not, if the reports are reliable, this is not going to be the last pandemic that we are going to face in our life. And there is a total change in the attitude, which is, see, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has released, maybe in line with the WHO's notice, a COVID appropriate behavior. But I think as Ayurvedic perspective, I think we can alter it. I mean, change the entire motto a little bit and make it something like a health-centered behavior. It need not be specific to one ailment or one infection or one disease. Instead, I think we can make it a behavior which is health-oriented or health-centered, and which is giving more importance to the lifestyle and diet and not to the medicine alone. So that is one strong message, because the trend is changing. There is a huge shift in the attitude. Many of the releases by different agencies make it a point very clear that you are going to be responsible for your health. That has made a big shift. We all thought that, okay, the establishments of medicine will take care, the governments will take care. Now it is all away. I think you are responsible for your health. So then people are going to get more and more focused about lifestyle, mental health, anxiety, depression, and they are getting more and more convinced about the fact that there is no single pill which suits to all ailments. And again, one more thing that the pandemic has brought in is that having no illness evident does not mean that you have health. Above all the objective parameters of measuring the status of not having illness, beyond all these technical definitions, we are getting more and more convinced about the basic Ayurvedic concept that health is an experience which has physical, mental, spiritual, and social planes of manifestation. So we have many things to give to the entire world. The core concept of Ayurveda, especially the definition of swasthya, or the concepts which are already very beautifully written in golden letters in our scriptures, like who can be considered as a person with health, what is the importance of mental attitude, what is the importance of sharing, what is the importance of daily routines, dinacharya, riducharya, how your social life is going to get reflected in your experience of health. All these things are going to be of much significance than what they had in the pre-COVID scenario. And now I think this is the right time where the Ayurvedic concepts are to be delivered in the most beautiful way for the wellness, for the well-being of the entire human community. Concepts like One Health, they are coming very close to the idea of Ayurvedic health, swasthyam. You cannot expect to be healthy yourself alone, but it is a part of the nature of the Prakriti. You have to be within the Prakriti. You have to live in tune with the Prakriti. What is there inside your physique, your body, it is there all around. So there are many beautiful concepts which we have to live on, which we have to spread across, and which we should be able to deliver in its most beautiful form. As you all know, Ayurveda is considered as a whole medical system. A whole medical system is something which is having a different philosophy or a different physiology or a different mode of intervention than allopathic system of medicine. And it is also known as a holistic system. So this idea of holistic health or the idea of whole medical system is going to be more and more relevant in the post-COVID scenario. So we have to get equipped ourselves. We should be the living examples of these concepts, and also we should be able to give this, share with this beautiful ideas to the entire world, entire human being, and make Bharat, India, once again the hub of wisdom, the hub of well-being, the hub of wellness. So I think there is a lot of opportunities we have waiting, and definitely we should be able to lead the show in the post-pandemic world. That is what I have in a nutshell. And I am happy to look forward to participate in the discussion part. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad ji. Now your insights on the life and diet, dinacharya, riducharya, the whole medical system, the holistic medical system, the points which to be remembered, and we will be looking forward to make India as the hub of the holistic medical system in the world. So we look for your support, and thank you very much for giving the brief presentation of your insights. Now, let me invite Madan Thankavelu. Dr. Madan Thankavelu is the president of International Ayush Valley Foundation. He is a genome biologist based in Cambridge, and he is an ardent believer of Ayurveda and his efforts to promote Ayurveda in both the educational levels as well as technical level. You know, he started contributing a lot, sitting in Cambridge, contributing much with interacting and founding a National Ayush Valley Foundation. And I think Madanji, you can share your views on how we like to equip ourselves to promote Ayurveda internationally in the time limited manner. Thank you very much.
Namaskaram. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much to all our panelists who've already shared a lot. Thanks to Varmaji, number one, for highlighting the key areas that we have. I'll keep it very brief. I just want to repeat some of the points that came out in Varmaji's comments. One is the idea of heal in India, which is an amazing thing because the concept of healing is different from healthcare, and that is understood very nicely in the Indian systems. The second point that Varmaji mentioned is about the distinction between medical high-value tourism and wellness tourism. And I think it's very well taken that these are separated. The two of them are very well separated. And those high-value niches that we talked about, Gigi presented it very, very eloquently. He has given us a collection of points. I hope we can revisit the recordings and listen to those points. Now, I just want to add one extra term to what Varmaji said. He said competition between the states and the destinations. I just want to say competition and complementarity between the states and the destinations. So that knowledge must come into our system, complementing what is available in different places. So we might be able to complement what is available in Kerala with what might be available in Uttarakhand or in Himachal Pradesh. So there is a need for bringing that together. And the other points I've noted, and I just wanted to add to that came through from the three presentations before. One is about convergence. I think it was very eloquently put together by Varmaji, that convergences. And what are the convergences that we are seeing? We are seeing, as you correctly say, convergences between the tourism, health, and travel business. So wellness, hospitality, travel business. I want to highlight the other convergences that are there, but we should be opening our minds to. And that's the convergence between the patients who are coming, the cases, and the biology. We should start documenting these things. We should have an exact number of people who are coming. Gigi was right in highlighting all the conditions that are open to perfect management and treatment using Ayurveda. But we should also now start harvesting the statistics. So if there are cases coming for certain things, we must get those. If I go to Somathiram, for example, and I say, how many people came here for skin conditions? That statistic must be available for all of us, and it must be available in a central resource. So we must have an observatory where we can put this. And the other thing is this convergence between deep biology and these areas. So we have excellent institutions in India going into the research domain. We must start to use the inflow of patients, like Gigi said, in specialized areas. If we have protocols, it will then be very, very easy to align it with the research dimension. And this is something that will greatly add to not only the tourism area, because we are going to show that we are doing a very thorough study, but also for globalization of Ayurveda. One of the biggest lacuna that we have is lack of case studies. And I hope if FICCI, together with the ministry, so FICCI has to be proactive in connecting with the Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Information Technology, and then put together the next level of integration. The convergences that we see. And I think there are senior administrators who have that skill, who can bring all this together. Now, I also would like to see, Gigi presented very nicely that all this information must be in the website of the Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Ayush, etc. I also want to highlight the possibility of developing comprehensive research programs using this opportunity, what FICCI is offering here, and the new Heal in India program, to use that opportunity as a leveraging point to connect with research institutions across the world, number one. Number two, to connect with the tourism activities, particularly in Europe. Europe is becoming very sensitive to good health, the connection with food, the connection with One Health and One Planet, the kind of things that Prasadji mentioned. And particularly there are the new domains about health connected with the environment. You know, how does the immune system work during the different seasons? The concept of ritus, and ritu is understood so well in Ayurveda. There's an opportunity to take those dimensions and add value to that. And finally, I just want to say a little bit about what Prasadji mentioned. I think Prime Minister Modi has already highlighted at the G7 meeting the need for a one planet or one world, one health thinking. And Prasadji highlighted that very nicely. I think Modiji's, Prime Minister Modi's comments must be revisited. And we must see how we can engage with at that level, because you know there is a better vision and a better understanding of the needs from that level. So hopefully out of this, I feel some of those initiatives should come out. But a slightly higher level vision for how we can do a little more of the term very nicely put by Varmaji, convergences, you know, and the convergence between harvesting hard data and maybe provide incentives for patients who come in saying that if you become a part of this small study, you will be given a special status or something. We will find some of those, that language there that will promote more than the wellness side, also a dimension that adds value to the research aspects of health, the research aspects of wellness and well-being. I'm in contact with people in Ukraine. They are interested in understanding more about Prakriti types. You know, they want to understand at the Institute for Aging in Ukraine, we are discussing aspects of health. They want to understand Prakriti. How can we go into that domain in a casual way, but also in a very serious way? So Sanjeev, these are my early thoughts. I'll leave it there and happy to continue on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madanji. We are blessed with your presence, you know, Ayush Valley Foundation. I think, you know, Ayurveda Promotion Society and FICCI Ayurveda Task Force will seek your guidance to make the policy points, especially in the research and development, which I know the main drawback for Ayurveda is the report as well as, you know, the documentation, which we are hiding back behind the modern sciences, but people like you can guide us to formulate the documentation, which is in the process. And, you know, people like Gigi, Dr. Vaidya Prasad, you know, we will have to all go together, you know, making India as a hub for this documented 5,000-year-old medical system, which is not second to any medical system. That is what we are aiming at. Thank you very much, Madanji. And let me welcome Irina. Irina is from Ukraine. She is a leading travel operator come agent who is selling India and Sri Lanka with her Ayurveda clients. And Irina is having her own, what he called notions about India and, you know, making India as a wellness sport as well as an Ayurveda therapeutical sport. Irina ji, welcome, and please share your thoughts.
Hello, namaste. I would like to share with you about our technical the problems of traveling to India now, and about problems of selling Ayurveda packages as of now situation. You know, we are selling Ayurveda more than 15 years, and we created a very special society of people who would like to travel to India every year. So every year, these people would like to travel, and now they faced some problems. Some of these problems are solved now. For example, Arabian Emirates allowed to fly flights from India from this date. So I hope we can sell flights from India back to Ukraine. Second problem is visa. Visa is now more expensive and twice expensive, maybe thrice expensive. Of course, it's not so big money, but we had a group in May who was stopped and did not fly to India, and people lost about 100 for visa only. And now they're asking if we will go to India again, we have to pay again and again, and we are not happy with this and so on. But the main problem in our work is negative image of India in COVID situation now. You could not imagine what our mass media told to our people, wrote to our people, and showed every day on our television. I live in India, terrible in India, and so on. So even those people who would like to travel to India, they don't, no, they afraid, you know. Yesterday, I spoke with about 20 our clients who would like to go to India. We are preparing now a new group for September. And all of them, they afraid to go to India because COVID situation. So we highly need positive information about situation in Kerala to convince people to go. So we need some statistic or some video or some explanation about how it is organized in Kerala. For example, that in the resorts, people, I mean staff, they are all vaccinated. They are not going out of the resorts. They are, for example, for 7-8 days in resorts. You are safe. You can receive all your treatments without any virus and so on and so on. It is very and very important for us to explain our people. Also, we need explanation, maybe from your side, maybe some short explanation, and explanation not very scientific, you know, understandable for normal people. What Ayurveda will give in COVID situation. I mean, in post-COVID situation. It's strange immunity, but in which way, what they will receive, how it will done, and so on. And I am sure that people will understand and will go, because during all of this period, the main success had my posts or maybe post of my friends, Dr. Vaidyas and other people about normal life, you know, what Ayurveda and how Ayurveda can help you in COVID situation. I mean, which food to eat, how to live, and so on. Of course, we know this everything. We are working with this everything, but at the nowadays situation, we need more information from you and more understandable, once again, information for normal people. That is all. Thank you. If you have any question, I will answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. Your question will be answered by Dr. Vaidya after the presentation by Dr.
Yes, but this technical situation, you know, I mean, information about Kerala, it's very important. It's very important.
That I will give. Let us finish the what you call the presentation. Now I invite Mr. Karthik. Karthik is the managing director of ID Global Resin and based in Germany. He is also a prominent player to sell Ayurveda to India. Karthik ji, with your explanation, you know, then we will go for the question and answer session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sajeev ji. And thank you very much for having me here, and a big hello to everybody here. Now, much of it has been said, but I'd like to visit only one particular point which is missing out. We are here to talk about 5,000 years of a way of treatment called Ayurveda, right? So my biggest problem that I have is why are we trying to combine it with something called wellness? Okay, because spa per aquam is already there in Europe. Somebody does something else in Italy. Why are we trying to combine wellness, which is probably not at the right level, where we are talking about Ayurveda? At Ayurveda, we are supposed to talk of a much higher level, curative, preventive, and answering a lot of problems that the modern people have. So I think we need to differentiate Ayurveda in this and say Ayurveda is going to be something totally different. The second thing is, I agree with Dr. Gigi when he said things have to be documented, things have to be written down, graded. The Kerala government has done a lot of things, and we have profited by the green leaf and this leaf and different names that we have given. But we actually need something from a pan-India level, okay, which also is there. Many of the hospitals that we support and many places have a hospital accreditation, so that gives them a much higher level of understanding, or a guest whom we send managed to go there with the perception and with the understanding that he is getting very high value treatment. The other thing that I wanted to also touch upon was, why are we trying to have a medical visa equivalent to a Ayurveda treatment visa? Why not we have something which is totally different, which is a Ayurveda treatment visa or a medical wellness, or however you want to call it. Call the child the way you want it. Okay, but having a medical visa is demanding, in many places like in Germany, it demands a doctor certificate or a suggestion from a physician in Germany, and an equivalent one from here. A lot of paperwork. Okay, it should be possible for the guest to click in saying it's an Ayurveda treatment, which place he's going to, which area he's going to be staying in, and how long. Okay, now when you add to that, especially in the COVID scenario now, I can tell you how is it at the moment at the airports. People come at the airport. Of course, they've been asked to do a COVID test and all that at the airport, but there are so many touch points that happen. Now, having a separate visa category, which is for Ayurveda or for something, it should be one single window thing. The moment they arrive, they should be able to just walk out of the place, and the only place they should be stopping by would be immigration. Not holding out small papers like saying, okay, where am I arriving from? Somebody give me a pen, somebody write it down. I key in my details on the mobile phone. When I've already uploaded the RT-PCR test onto the Delhi airport website, why do I have to again key in everything and again get an OTP? Now think of it as an international customer. It takes 3 hours or 2 hours of your time. Plus, you are already having touch points, which people are very touchy about now. Yeah, saying, I want to arrive. I just want to get out of the place. Immigration, yes, you have to have it because that's required. The visa will be stamped, but that should be the thing. The other thing that was also required was that the insurance companies in Europe need to be spoken about, okay, so that they at least try and cover the treatment costs. Forget the accommodation cost, because that may be a higher part. The treatment cost, it gets covered. I think more and more insurance companies can be brought in, and that only the government can do. We will not be able to do it. We might have to say, okay, fine, those companies need to be sorted out and they'll be more welcome in India or something. But we need to sort this out really well, because there'll be many people from the older generation who would say, fine, is my insurance covering this? An alternate stream of medicine. Okay, so we move away from wellness, we move away from medical tourism, which is again a very specialized thing, and we get into something which is very different. And as Irina very nicely said, we need to see what are we going to get from in the post-COVID scenario. So I think it's possible, and it's a very interesting thing. Ramaya Ayurveda has this wonderful hospital, and many of the hospitals in Kerala and Karnataka and other places have facilities and beds available there, along with the normal school of medicine for Ayurvedic treatments. Okay, so we can, if it's possible, do a test raya, we call it, get 100 or 1,000 corona patients, post-corona patients, and get a data out saying how are they benefiting from Ayurveda. We could try something like that. It's possible. That will be far-reaching, and that will convince more and more people saying, listen, I do this, at least I get something which is different, which is not run of the mill. Not everyone is selling it. So we need to get to a position where not everybody, sells this product called Ayurveda. We need to differentiate there. Otherwise, we are not doing any service to Ma Bharati. We are just, we're just selling a product. And Dr. Madan, in Germany also, many places in Germany are selling Ayurveda just like a product, as if it's just a Shirodhara and then somebody just gets a treatment. So as you said, we need gradation onto saying like, okay, only certain people will teach. Okay, you can do a maybe certificate course, but you can't practice with it in foreign countries. Okay, we get, I don't know, in a year we would have got so many phone calls in the 20 years and odd, and my wife very nicely would tell them, listen, can you speak Sanskrit? The Ayurvedic Vaidya has spent 7 years learning it. Okay, and if you cannot, it's going to be very difficult. So if you really want, please write your name onto the university in India and you can learn it. So we need to have this differentiation between medical tourism, wellness, which is like very soft and everybody's offering it. So I'm sure that is also required, because you have a different kind of people and clientele which are looking for that. Maybe in the Himalayas or in the Western Ghats, who are having a very soft kind of treatment for themselves with yoga or something. Now, we need to differentiate yoga and Ayurveda of a very high level and say, we're going to achieve this, and this is it. This is a top curve. Nobody else touches it. And centers of excellence, Kerala is having it. Other place, so luckily Kerala has one place which is, classically, they make their the oils right there before, just for you. Other places in India, they sadly don't. It's off the shelf many times. Now, these are very, very small differences which come out. And after having like twice or thrice done full therapies, I can speak for it. And that's the reason I would say, we have to reach the pinnacle and say, we are from here and everything else is secondary. And that is where I think, we will have a continuous flow of tourists, continuous flow of converted people who will understand this and in the longer run benefit from the whole thing. That's all.
Thank you, Karthik ji. Now I think the discussion can be open on the floor. Let me give an answer to Irina about the present entry regulations to Kerala. There is a medical visa now is being granted by the government of India. It's a e-visa, which is with the support of admission certification from a hospital where the particular client is intended to go. And the number of days, all these things, the certificate is given, the medical e-visa is being issued without much problem. I'm telling about last March. Now it is again blocked since there is no international flights, and by 5th of next, I think by 15th, everything will be open, in the sense now the Emirates as well as Qatar, all the international connectivity may be open by around the 15th of August. And regarding Kerala, the entry rules very clearly says that if a person comes from abroad or from other states, they will be either double vaccinated or single vaccinated with an Ayurveda admission, what he called certificate from a hospital. And there is no need of any RT-PCR on arrival or anything. International clients require RT-PCR tests on arrival, but that doesn't mean that they will have to wait for that, and straight away they can come. And most of these resorts as well as hospitals in Kerala, the employees are vaccinated. Kerala is giving very much importance for vaccinating the staff. At least one vaccination, 95% of the people are over. In my place, 100% vaccination and 70% done with the 2 vaccination, because Ayurveda hospitals will get a privilege to get priority for getting the vaccination, being in the medical field. So we are almost achieving the 100% vaccination for the staff. And 90% of the staff who are living will be living inside the campus. And we are going with the COVID protocol of admitting around 60% of our occupancy level. That means one treatment room, once it is dedicated for one patient, after 14 days only that room will be utilized by another person. It may not be possible with all, but since the admission levels are controlled, but we are very clear, if a person comes to our property, so we are very vigilant, and we are trying our level best to adhere with the protocols. So now in my property, say for an example, it's almost 80% occupancy is there with Indian clients. That too, people from different states, they used to come. And from September onwards, I started taking booking for the international flights, presuming that everything will come normal by September, and there is no advance is being taken. Any time they can postpone, depending upon the contingencies. That's the situation. Now I think Dr. Gigi, I think you can answer the question raised by both Karthik as well as Irina. What Ayurveda can give special for COVID post-COVID treatments. Gigi, please unmute.
There are many complications. We have actually made a post-COVID package depending upon the condition that way. Not only post-COVID, post-vaccination complication also people come for management in Ayurveda these days. Many times co-vaccine, co-shield. Today we have the 2 patients came to me after vaccination complication. They could not manage there. So depending upon the condition, there are good management when available. Especially we concentrate on the lungs health. How lungs health is. Even though people may have a 97 kind of a saturation, but they may have difficulties. So fibrotic changes would have happened. Then that cases we treat them with medicine, and we also have got a special treatment like Dhanyamradhara kind of treatment, which we admit and give them, so that all the pores, the idea is to all the pores get open. So there is a systemic treatment available. It is not one medicine. I am not prescribing here, but depending upon the conditions of this, some people have lot of gastritis after this. Some people have got hair fall, unbelievable kind of hair fall only after the COVID, this thing. Some people have got constipation. So these kind of conditions, depending upon those conditions, we treat them. It is not one condition. There are many conditions. Some of them are chronic, like after chikungunya, people get joint inflammation, joint pain. Some people have that pain for 3 years, and you don't believe the pain is so heavy that they have to be surviving. They are surviving on painkillers for months together. That kind of condition we treat with our external and internal treatments. So depending upon the conditions, we can have tailor-made packages for each patient, what is the complication.
So Manishji, we are almost on time. It is 3:30. If any questions from the floor, it has not come to the chat box. Do you have any questions from the audience? Or if
No, sir.
No.
You can
Okay. I think Irina and Karthik can share more because we are having another 10 minutes. Is it okay, Manish?
Yes, sir. We can go for 5-7 minutes more.
Yes. So we will keep our schedule to 3:40. So another 6 minutes left. Irina and Karthik, even Madanji, you can have a word with Mr.
Thank you.
Gigi, yeah.
So Gigi, thank you so much. I think, thank you so much. Gigi has highlighted the finer details, and I also want to visit a comment made by about the image of Ayurveda, the comment made by Karthik. These are things that require more coordination, and I think how to bring these together, taking these comments, number one. Gigi takes us into that hyper-speciality areas. He talks not only about post-COVID, but also post-vaccination complications. This is a big problem. There are a lot of people who have some reaction to the vaccine itself. So this is a very specialized area. And we must be bold enough to present this somewhere, saying we have specialized clinicians who handle these things and give those examples. I also have received here a comment from Stina Anderson. She's a comment that she's following us on YouTube. Stina is joining us from Sweden. And I will read out Stina's comment here. She says, an important thing, many Westerners are experiencing how their mental problems comes up during treatment. We are not used to deal with these ourselves. And how can you help these things? And another detail that she says, many Westerners, when going to Panchakarma, etc., want to know about Ayurveda and learn about the system. But when they come home, they fall back into their daily routines. And these are the softer areas. So I think Irina will be able to comment on this about what is done in places when the essential hand-holding that is required. You know, people go back to the environment where they came from that gave them the problems, and what can be done to help them go through that process of readjusting to the environment that caused the problems. So these are areas. The other point I want to touch again is that coordination that can be brought about to harvest these case studies. So Gigi is saying that we have these specializations post-COVID and post-vaccination. He gives us the fine details about fibrotic changes in the lung and how there are special treatments. How can we go into these extremely specialized areas, connect with our institutions, and maybe develop programs that will present what Karthik wants to present Ayurveda as a very high value treatment modality. Maybe Karthik wants to respond to that, but these are thoughts just running through my mind. Karthik, thank you. And Irina, to that point about how people then after treatment, they come back home and then they get caught in the usual routine, and the treatment that gave them benefits fail. Thank you.
Irina.
Unmute, Irina.
Something wrong is with my internet here. It's very bad weather, and I have problems. Listen, for our people, it's very important to understand what exactly they will receive in India. We have very special mentality. Ukrainian, they want to know what will be done with them and how it will be done. Okay, I had COVID, for example, and he will go for post-COVID treatment. But in which way they will help me? They're asking me every day. Of course, I'm explaining about everything. I have knowledge how to do it. But please tell me exactly what they will do. Are you sure that they by massages they will help me? This is common question. That's why we need, very understandable information for such kind of people. Not to tell them about some doshas and so on. They don't know what it is, but they have interest about Ayurveda and they would like to go. Of course, we will convince them that it's safe, that all staff is vaccinated, that they're not going to the families and so on. But what they will do, and this particular, information, maybe philosophy, maybe information for normal people, we need very much, because it has to go from your side, not from us. But I think that it will be very popular, because I told you that I spoke yesterday with about 30 people, because we had group who had to go in May and they did not go. Maybe, no, majority would like to go, but they ask such kind of questions. If I answer your question.
Yeah, Gigi, I think, because he may be a better person to answer, because on the treatment, the post-COVID or they are thinking that, internal medicines, how it's going to be effective,
What we do is actually a cleansing process. That is what we have to explain. There is a very, very, what we call kind of a innate toxic accumulation over a period of time. It's all related to the metabolism. If you want to talk to in their language, this is how we have to explain. So what Ayurveda do is, the body is made of millions and millions of micropores. It is only actually so many channels are connecting, interlinking. Ayurveda treatment, external and internal, like Snehana, Swedana, etc., will slowly open up these pores, improve all the channels to function. That channel include even your hormone channels, even your enzymatic channels, your nerve conductivity, opening up of micro circulation, all things body. So that's why we say the holistic science is telling it is not attending or attacking or targeting one organ. It corrects all bodies mechanism, so that we actually start our treatment and end our treatment with the GIT, gastrointestinal tract, where we are correct. From oral to the anal region, we have got treatment. So in COVID situation, post-COVID, depending upon what is the complaint, what are the complaints being expressed by the person, we will tailor-made the program. Most of the cases, what we do in detoxification, for example, is that fill the person with appropriate preparation of a medicated ghee for a period of time, 4 to 5 to 6, 7 days, and make the ghee to circulate all over the body by increasing its dose, and give fermentation so that ghee gets spread all over the place, and get it back to the gastrointestinal tract through the intestine, through the rectum, and bring it out. This is one of the physical process we do in the first week of our detoxification process, which will be followed by strengthening and strengthening and polishing the bodies by process. That's why we start Pirichil, then Navarakiri. Normally, Ayurvedic treatment, typical Ayurvedic treatment, which is rejuvenative and strengthening, starts with Snehapanam, then Virejanam, then Pirichil, then Navarakiri ends. In between, we may give Nasyam if there is a specific condition to be addressed. We may give Shirodhara if there is a specific condition to be addressed. Vasti will be there, Yoga Vasti, 8 days, 14 to 15 days, depending upon the condition. And the internal medication will completely different depending upon the person. That's why I told you in the earlier my remark that there is a package which can fit into a broad spectrum conditions. That's why we have got these packages. But the only thing different in this package is the individual ingredients of the medication. That will change according to the condition. But the system will be same, 7 days. Normally, all our treatments are 7 days, 7 tissues targeted. 7 days Pirichil, 7 days Navarakiri. In certain cases where Vaidya feels that no, there is nothing more, something more to be done, there are instances we do 9 days Navarakiri. There are instances we do 14 days continuously. When Snigdhata is very much needed, completely Vedic person, his costa is dry like a old wood piece, then we have to do more unctuation. So it's all depending upon. These are all the areas of Ayurveda expertise. But to explain to a person like you, this kind of explanation is enough. They will understand. And what Ayurveda does is, Ayurveda says that a physician is only a conveyor belt between the macro and the micro. He understands, she understands what is lacking in the body's given situation through the Dasavidha Parisha, Ashtavidha Parisha, or Trividha Parisha, etc. And add, give, make the body assimilate from things which are from outside. So macro. That's why we say everything in the universe is medicinal. There's nothing that's not medicinal, because body and external environment is made the same. That's why we give importance to, like Prasad was telling, One Health movement. One Health movement was originally came from India. We have been telling about our environment health is as important as physical health. Physical health cannot have without environment health. Even the animals around us should be everyone should be healthy. Then only we can have that optimum health kind of health. So this is how we should explain this condition.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll just add one sentence. I'll just add one sentence to it. See, like I can tell you from my experience here of years of so-called selling it or bringing it closer to the client. I've always tried to, and my wife and I always have tried to tell the guest who comes to us for a treatment. We finally try and tell him, see, listen, we can't pinpoint this will be done, this will be done, this will be done, this will be done. Or there's an answer for this. His answer is Z. Z is equal to Y. It doesn't work that way. You will have to bring in a certain amount of understanding, a certain amount of belief, given into the hands of the Vaidya, who will receive you there. Okay, and he will guide you through the whole process in the 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or the longer one. So the whole stay at a Ayurvedic center with the Vaidya, like it might be even like looking at a cow grazing. You see, even that may have a curative effect on you. We don't know, right? So it can be the whole process of coming there, being there. Treatments will be part of it, but the whole experience, and the Vaidya is going to be the person who's going to bring it to you. He'll bring it closer to you.
I don't have problems with explanation about Ayurveda at all. It's not problems, but I have some questions from clients regarding exactly post-COVID treatments only. That is the problem. No, it's not problem, but I have to explain them. It's more in details. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much I am already exceeded the time allocated to me. Plenary session 7 is waiting to commence. So let me come to the word of thanks duty which is with me. Let me thank Mr. Rakesh Kumar Verma, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Dr. Gigi Gangadharan, Vaidya Mr. Prasad, Dr. Madan Takavelu, Irina, and Karthik for spending your valuable time in this small but beautiful discussion, which I think, it requires more time to complete. But since our time is limited, I thank on behalf of Vicky and on my personal behalf, I thank each and everyone once again. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Manish, we are done. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a
Thank
good day.
you. Thank you.